sawa.
Mic test.
Okay, we are ready to start this morning. Good morning again. I'd like us to pray so that we can start our day. Almighty God, we call upon you, your wisdom, favor and blessing as we execute the responsibilities you have bestowed upon us. We seek your guidance to treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just, fair, and faithful a manner as to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Thank you very much. We have 6 candidates today, and our first candidate is Mary Karen Chesang Kigen. Members, if you are ready, we can ask her to come in. Welcome, Mary Karen Chesang. Please welcome. Have a seat. Have a seat. Yeah, thank you. My name is Nelson Makanda, and I'm the chair of this selection panel. You have a notebook and a pen, and at some point, some people have used some water, so you have some water there, if you so wish to use it. Welcome. Allow me to thank you for showing interest in the position that was advertised for member of the commission of the IEBC. We did this on behalf of Kenyans who are seeking to recruit a commission. And so on behalf of Kenyans, thank you for showing interest. But also allow me to congratulate you for being shortlisted. And for that reason, you are here this morning.
Thank you very much.
Asante. I want to invite my colleagues to introduce themselves. Then after that, we will come to you. Vice Chair, please.
Good morning, Madam Mary.
Good morning, Madam Vice Chair.
My name is Linda Kiome. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you for this interview session. Karibu sana, Madam.
Thank you very much.
Mary Karen, habari ya asubuhi.
Mzuri sana.
Naitwa Bwana Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa chopo hili la uteuzi, na karibu.
Asante.
Council, good morning.
Good morning, Madam.
Caroline Kituku, a member of the panel. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Mary.
Good morning.
My name is Adam Solo. I'm a member of this selection panel.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Good morning, Chesang.
Good morning, sir.
My name is Nicodemus Bore. Karibu sana.
Good morning, Madam.
Good morning.
My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Please feel welcome.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, Wakili, and karibu sana. My name is Koki Muli Grinyo, and I'm a member of the panel.
Thank you, Senior.
Good morning, Mary.
Morning, sir.
My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of this election panel, and we welcome you.
Thank you very much.
Now we will come to you, Madam Chesang, and we'd like you to introduce yourself. Take 5 minutes to tell us who you are, your profile, highlight those things that you think are significant for us to note, and for the role that you have applied for. Let us know if you have any honors or awards, and if you belong to any professional group. Please, may you proceed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, I want to thank this panel for giving me an opportunity to appear before the panel. It's not easy, and also it's not a right, but I thank you. My name is Mary Karen Keegan Sorobit. Sorobit is my husband's name, so you'll find in some of the documents there's a name Sorobit added. I'm an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, 29 years in practice. I signed the role of advocate on 11th day of January in 1996, and I hold a degree of law from the University of Nairobi. I joined the University of Nairobi in 1990 after the last group of A-levels. After signing the role of advocates, I practiced law in Nairobi with a firm of Kibet and Company Advocates. And then thereafter, I moved to corporate. I went to Eldoret to a state corporation, which was a new state corporation called the Kenya Ordnance Factories Corporation, or other people know it as the Bullet Factory. I started that as a legal officer and left as corporation secretary. And that is which exposed me to work with the military. I think we're only about 10 civilians. So that's when I started working with the military precisions, how to do documents in military. And you know, when you're in military, it's not a question of how do we deliver, but you must deliver. Then thereafter, in 2002, I moved back to Nairobi to join my family. So I went to practice of law. I went to the firm of Robson Harris as an associate advocate. And in 2007, I moved to the Law Society as the deputy CEO, head of compliance, and secretary to the disciplinary committee. It is then that I came hands-on to the issues of corporate compliance, and because I was the secretary of the disciplinary committee in charge of all ethics and compliance of the lawyers, and more so as the secretary of the disciplinary committee is when I went now and my skills were tested there of leadership, in that I really changed the place from. Okay, I'll come back to there. When I reached the disciplinary committee, I realized that sometimes you could sit there the whole day doing matters from morning to evening. And by then, we had not even gotten to the website, or that we had not even come up with a record. And you could find a client coming up on Monday. You don't get the file. You move that client to the next Monday. And also, more importantly, there, and when I reached there, all complaints against all lawyers used to be admitted for disciplinary. If you realize, my colleagues here who are members of the panel, when you apply for certificate of good conduct, it is stated that you don't have any past or pending dispute or matters before the disciplinary committee. I found that one being not very good, because it holds you as a lawyer sometimes some matters which are presented before the disciplinary don't have any weight or any cause of action. So I introduced something called prima facie, that before you put any matter before hearing, you have to put it through a process. If it doesn't raise any triable issue, you dismiss it. Because when a lawyer wants to apply for a job, you don't get a good certificate of good standing, because you have a matter in the disciplinary. So anyway, I changed the place. I introduced the prima facie. Then this is the time we used to do mail posting of complaints, and what I did is that I now decided to be calling the advocates, reaching out to them, because we had reached a stage of emails. People were not coming up they could not even get the matters. Anyway, fast forward, we also did the record from there, because before then, LSK, we were doing everything manually. So I'm the one even who put up the record currently being used by LSK. My boss put up the website, and I put up the record myself. So I worked there in LSK up to the new constitutional dispensation. A new transitional commission was established called the Judges and Magistrate Vetting Board. in which was the main mandate was to ascertain suitability of judges and magistrates to continue serving in the new dispensation as magistrate or judges. So I went there as an assisting counsel. Two council members went there as board members, and from the secretariat, me as head of compliance and my deputy, we went there as assisting counsel and joined others. I worked there until when we finished in 2017, and I remained there for a period of 6 months with another colleague so that we could do archivings and documentation with the people from the archives and documentation, Kenya National Archives and Documentation, and documented all the documents of the vetting board, which are currently there. Then from there, before 27, at the end of 2017, just before then, I was appointed as a member of the selection panel, IEBC selection panel, in which I served as a member of selection panel. Then when I finished, I moved on to Jubilee Party of Kenya as the deputy CEO, head of compliance and legal, in which now we did and we prepared the 2017 elections. And that's where I got exposed to election firsthand, although I'd been exposed to election in LSK briefly. So that is when we preparing our candidates for elections, doing the nominations process, the party primaries, and then the J-Part, that is the Jubilee Party Appeals Tribunal, because before you move to the Political Parties Dispute Tribunal, you must exhaust all the internal mechanism. And then from external, I found myself now rolling from Jubilee Party Appeals Tribunal, where I was the nexus between the party and the NEB, because any loser, you always sue the party. But from then now, when you go to the PPDT now, the political tribunal now, it is the party being sued, and I found myself being a deponent, even in all the affidavits. The IEBC tribunal, then those who appealed to the High Court. Then now we did the election, and before even the election, there were even also some matters which they were just before elections, so we had to open up our eyes. And the High Court, then we did the elections. After the elections, prepared the petitions. That is a 2017 petition. And at the end of the day, I was looking at my diary yesterday, and I realized in 2017, actually, I saw 271 affidavits, including 5 in the Supreme Court. That's Raila 2 case. Then when we finished now is when I went back to practice. In between, I've had the privilege of serving in the board. I've served in the board of Kenya National Highways Authorities for a period of 6 years, representing the Law Society of Kenya. I've also served in the board of Consolidated Bank of Kenya. So in brief, I think that is Mary Karen. Thank you, Chair.
Welcome. Linda, please.
Thank you, Chair. Madam Mary, did you serve in the selection panel for the IEBC?
Yes, I did. I served in selection panel of IEBC of 2017, the one of Kinachebukati.
Okay. I'm not going to ask you how is it now being on the other side, but just on a light note. So now as a member of IEBC, what key skills and competencies do you think will be essential for the team of the commissioners?
Thank you very much. One, of course, is the legal. I'm a lawyer. It will be a very competent skill, because even when you go to the IEBC tribunal, you also need a lawyer there at the tribunal. Because I realized the last one, which I attended when I was in Jubilee, I found the chairman was the only lawyer, and he was the one dealing with all the matters at the tribunal. Because one of the mandate of the IEBC is to supervise the party primaries and also to solve disputes, especially which arises out of the party primaries. So there's normally IEBC tribunal, and normally there, my skills will be required. And also when you are preparing for the petition, the election petition. Definitely there will be election petition, and you need to get ready, especially now that it will be a very short period, and petitions are normally, they tend to be served on the last day. So also that will be another skill, one skill that is low. Secondly, my other skill is elections. Chair and members of the panel have been exposed to election. First and foremost, my exposure to election starts in 2009, when I was at the Law Society of Kenya. Before 2009, in LSK, all LSK elections used to be held for a period of 3 months, leave alone the pre-election period. The pre-election period whereby you could print ballot papers, you make sure that each and every ballot paper you use the advocate's roll, those who have paid, as the alphanumerical voters roll. So you print a ballot paper with the envelope, with the name. Then on the 1st of October, you mail it to the candidates, to the members. Then members would vote from October up to 15th of January and return it by mail to the secretariat. And there was a place where, like a tender box, where you come and put, or you send by mail. In fact, the mailman used to bring them every day. Then that time, I was the head of legal and compliance. That time, we got a lot of complaints in which came to me in my capacity as the head of compliance. And because I used to receive all the complaints, including any other complaint, in that the elections were not free and fair because, one, there was allegations of people printing ballot papers. Secondly, the candidates themselves now were the ones going around the advocate's office collecting the ballot papers, and they're the ones who bring, and others, even there was one even who alleged that he has found now during the counting, then that he had voted twice. So I wrote a paper based now and attaching the complaints that I had received, and I wrote to the council through my boss, the CEO, and it's like, I think these elections is fraud. It's not fair, and the integrity of the whole process, in my own opinion as the head of compliance, is not okay. We need to relook at it. And I thank the council because they asked me now, what do you do about it? I proposed we consult or we engage an election management body so that we could redo the elections again. And indeed, the elections were cancelled, and we engaged the election management body, which was ECK by then, and we had the first elections by ECK, and the form of election which is currently being held by LSK. So that was my first experience with the election. And I thank the council because they listened, and there was integrity. And from then it has developed. Secondly, now my exposure to elections is when I went to the Jubilee Party of Kenya.
Maybe Madam Kigen, not to cut you short, but you can go now to any other competencies and skills that you may have in the interest of time.
Thank you very much. Another one is financial management. I have skills of financial management out of experience, my working experience. When I went to the board of Kenya, for a period of 6 years, I chaired the Audit, Risk and Governance Committee of Kenya. And there, although you have the technical staff, I realized even if you're using the technical staff, it's also good to also up my skills also in the financial management, so that when you're getting the reports and everything, and in the PFM Act, even the audit of institution has to go to before the audit committee before being submitted to the parent ministry. And I was also the signatory to the performance contract of Kenya for the period of 6 years when I was there. When I reached there, I realized I need to up my skills here so that it's not a question of you're being brought things that you don't know. So I partnered with the Institute of Internal Auditors of Kenya. and I attended almost all their courses. That's why when you find in my folders, you find those the certificate from the Institution of Internal Auditors of Kenya, so that at least I can upskill my skills. So in terms, I managed to get some financial skills. Another one is public administration.
You can just mention in the interest of time.
Okay,
Madam.
public administration. I've managed, if you look at the, as I said, I've managed Advocate Disciplinary Committee, which is now Advocate Disciplinary Tribunal. And I brought in a lot of changes there. Even by then, I worked with the AG Emeritus, Githu Muigai, who gave a recommendation about me. And then when he transited and became the AG, I worked with the then chair, Siganga, also wrote about me.
One more, the last one, if you have any other.
Governance.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
In governance, I can say I've been a board member, so I've sat in the board. So I know governance from the perspective of a board member, because like when you sit in Kenya, you sit with multidisciplinary. And I've also worked in the secretariat, so you know how to enforce the governance issues. So I've sat on both, and I've also attended some trainings also on governance issues.
Thank you very much. Also that is enough, Madam. In the interest of time, thank you very much. I wish you all the best. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
Have you received any award or honor?
Not from the state, but when Kenya gave me an award of service leadership, it's in my folder.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to ask Caroline Kituku to ask you some questions. Carol.
Thank you, Chairman. And Wakire, good morning once more.
Good morning, Council.
Yeah, so let's quickly speak about the 2022 presidential petition, Raila Odinga versus William Ruto case. What are the 3 areas that the Supreme Court identified as requiring reforms within the IEBC structures and the mandate?
Thank you very much. First and foremost is Supreme Court pronounced itself that the aspect of verification and verification of the results is not the mandate of the chair alone. It is a mandate of the commissioners and the chair. However, declaration of results is vested in the chair. And on the issue of when announcing results that a presidential candidate has garnered 50+1 votes should not include strayed or void ballots. It should not give an advantage to a particular presidential candidate. And on the secretariat, or the role, the Supreme Court suggested that or recommended that there should be an amendment, parliamentary amendment of some act, so that it could put the roles of the chair and the commissioners as strategy, policy, and oversight.
Okay, which is this law that was supposed to be amended? Which is the law that you said?
IEBC Act, and it was amended indeed.
All right, so that is one area.
Yes.
On declaration of results and the tallying and the processes therein.
Yes.
What is the other area?
Thank you, Madam Commissioner. The other area is on the server. On the server, the Supreme Court stated that those servers which are supporting the results for the verification and transmission of Form 34A, 34B, and 34C should be exclusively manned by IEBC staff, so that to avoid a lot of issues. And IEBC should segregate the servers, those which support the results or used in the electoral process, together from those ones of the day-to-day administration of the IEBC, of the Secretariat.
Very well. The third one.
And then on Form 34A, Supreme Court suggested that 2 things on 34A. That one, maybe it should be simplified and maybe have a column for strayed or void ballots, and then now a total, and then a place for total votes. And there should be a lot of voter education on the Form 34A, particularly to the IEBC staff, returning officers, and presiding officers. And to me, I think also Kenyans at large should be, this form needs to be demystified. They need to be, IEBC need to do a lot of stakeholder engagement on that one. And then also, yes, and then also it proposed that there should be a constitutional amendment on the 14 days of the election dispute, because it is the dispute is the days are not sufficient enough. So maybe they should enlarge time. And then
okay, the last one. What was the court's view on the area of special voting?
Yes, that's what was coming. That there should be special voting in accordance to Regulation 90 of the electoral regulation laws, so that it could provide voting by election officials, security officers on duty, maybe patients in hospital, those patients in hospital, security officers on duty.
Okay, thank you very much. I wish you well, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
I want to invite Koki Muli to ask you some questions. Madam Koki, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Wakili, your experience in Jubilee and also at the Law Society must have exposed you, especially on the Jubilee, must have exposed you on the contribution of political actors to the credibility and integrity of elections, or lack thereof. Should you be lucky and become a member of the Commission, what concrete measures will you take to rebuild the credibility of IEBC in relation to the perception of political parties that in fact they see themselves as being very clean, but they see IEBC as lacking integrity, lacking credibility, and lacking neutrality? So how will you deal with this, and what concrete measures will you take to address that perception of lack of neutrality and all those other related problems perceived by political parties and candidates? Thank you.
Thank you, Senior. First and foremost is enforcement of the Code of Conduct. Because if we enforce the Code of Conduct to the letter, and that is a mandate of IEBC, IEBC are supposed to enforce the Code of Conduct. Because the Code of Conduct binds the political actors into doing some things. So if you enforce the Code of Conduct strictly, it will send a message, and they will be able to stop, anytime if you hold them accountable, they'll stop hitting at IEBC, because most of that thing, it is actually the actors. It is not the IEBC. It's not the IEBC. That's number one. Number two, continuous stakeholders engagement with them. Because having been in a political parties, I realize some of these things elections are very emotive. And some of them is just a perception. So you need to work with them on day-to-day basis, from day one to the last day. And when these stakeholders, when you're engaging them, like there's a very small booklet which is normally published by IEBC. It calls Election Timelines. If that election, I used to find that booklet when I was in Jubilee very important, that once IEBC publish it, I could enlarge it and put it in the office of each and every officer, and in the registry I could put it on the desk. And it gives timelines of each and everything that you need to do. If you adhere to those timelines strictly and not bending, giving somebody some leeway not to do something by a certain day, things will be smooth. Yes, yes. So the systems are there, but it's a question of enforcing. And encourage each and everyone to come to the table with utmost good faith. Yeah.
Thank you. What about the side of the political parties? What can they do, or what will you ask them to do?
First and foremost, the political parties to rein their candidates also on the enforcement of the code of conduct. The code of conduct will spell that you are not supposed to utter vulgar words against your opponent. Rein on them, enforce your internal disciplinary mechanism, because each and every political party has got its own disciplinary committee. If that disciplinary committee can hold their candidate liable and even revoke even the nomination certificate of one person who is not in conformity with that one, it will send a clear message. And sometimes, like now, even holding a political rally, we are supposed to give a table, a schedule of when you are going for a rally. Don't hold a rally when your opponent has a rally on that place, on that space. And if a candidate of yours, however popular, does that, be able to rein on that candidate, because when you are holding that rally, you're supposed to inform IBC that you are going for the rally on this and this day. So if the other party had booked this space, why should you also go and book that space? Like now, the last day, the presidential nominations, the venues normally are booked in advance.
That's correct. Yes. Thank you so much, Wakili, and I wish you all the best. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Koki. I request FCPA Tanui to ask you some questions. FCPA, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mary Karen, you did indicate that one of your skills is you'll be bringing on board, other than law or legal, is finance. Now, IEBC has been facing challenges, or operational challenges, in terms of delayed funding and inadequate funding. So using your financial skills, what mechanism, and assuming you will get the opportunity to be a commissioner, will you help putting in place at IEBC to ensure that, one, there is timely release of exchequer to IEBC for its operations, and two, there is also adequate funding for IEBC operations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. First and foremost, if you have your budget in good place, indicating whatever you want, and you present it to Parliament, not the last minute, so that you can be put in the budget process, and it should be real and justifiable budget based, because normally they look at your last budget. What was your last budget before you ask for this one? So if you're going to add for additional budget, it must be justifiable. And also, each and every time, engage the National Treasury through your Parliament, your committee in Parliament, for this funding. So that is one place. If you do continuous engagement, that is one. Secondly, you look for partners who will assist you in some, who can carry a component, which is, of course, not going to compromise election. They can maybe a partner to do like civic education. And in my my folder, I've done a course on, which is a strength also I'm bringing, on PPP, private-public partnership, because when in Kenya, when the government funding had become minimal, we decided to engage other partners, and you have to do it in a structured way. So that's why I did a course on legal contract and concession from the Institute of Public-Private Partnership in US. I have not finished the certification because it's a continuous, you do it in stages. So you also need to partner, but when you're doing these partners, don't do it skewed in favor of the partners. It should be beneficial to IBC, but you give them a component. You also look for so that it will remove the national funding from government. I think so.
Thank you, and wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
I invite Evans Misati to ask you some questions, please. Evans.
Thanks so much, Chair. Ms. Karen, I wanted to ask you a question related to the risk and governance and the institutional framework of IPC. Now, from the risk management perspective, what is the purpose of an institutional risk management policy in an electoral commission like IEBC, and who is responsible for its oversight and execution?
Thank you very much. First and foremost, IBC, when I looked at, from the website, they do have a risk committee. That is the committee which is in chair, and I think it's being chaired by, it's a directorate. So that is the directorate which is in charge of the risk management of IBC, and they are the ones who should formulate the risk register. And you know, in the risk register, you have those red, amber, green, so that they can be putting the indicators of what is risk, what is high risk, and especially the red, how do we mitigate it? And because the chair and the commissions are the ones on the policy, so that they can be presenting them on, this is our register and this is what we need, so that give us how do we implement, especially on the red indicators, so that you can reduce the red to amber and then becomes green. So that is why. And then also it is very important to have the risk management, because it will tell you this is where is wrong, this is red, this is what we need, and this is the risk that we're involving, and we need to bring it down.
So as a follow-up to that, kindly mention 1 or 2 or 3 risks of that policy will be able to address in IEBC.
Okay, thank you. One of them is voter register. We need to clean up the voter register so that it becomes up to date. I know IEBC is supposed to do the audit of the voter register 6 months to elections, but you can, through that committee, they can continuously being able to look at it, and especially now on the dead voters. They can even make a provision to partner with the National Registration of Voters, so that you can, it is in sync. When a death register is entered, you also can enter it directly to the IBC. That would be a way of clearing it. So that one can be one of the risks. Another risk now, as I indicated the other day, is maybe on finances. If they don't have adequate finances, what can you remove out of this so that you look for funding, as I said, as I indicated, like the civic education. Easily you can get funding on civic education, so that that one doesn't eat on the form which goes to the other core things of election, like now the biometrics and what have you, because you can't give out, in my own opinion, things like biometrics. There are some that you can get. Stakeholders engagement, you can also give out issues on stakeholders engagement.
Thanks so much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I invite Fatuma to ask you some questions. Mr. Mann,
thank
please.
you, Chairman. Madam Mary Karen, would you kindly share with the panel what long-term institutional mechanisms would guide the IEBC engagement with the electoral stakeholders, both nationally and at the county level?
Okay, thank you very much, Madam. One, when you're doing stakeholders, in my view and in my experience, you need to identify, first of all, who is your stakeholder, what do you need to achieve, and what modalities do you use? Because a modality and approach of stakeholder to one stakeholder is not the same as the other one. So in IBC, our stakeholder, in IBC, okay, fine. In IBC, the stakeholder number one is the public, a Kenyan public. So we need to IBC need to put in mechanism for continuous engagement with stakeholders. And in each and every aspect, take now like voter registration. the issue is you need to have a sustainable stakeholders engagement on voter registration, which to me should be continuous. When you want to engage voters registration, maybe the end result is now to get as many as possible, or 100% Kenyans, including the one in the counties, to register. So how you put it, you engage them by putting in your website, first of all, we are now commencing registration. Go to the print media, do it in the print media, buy space in the maybe on the TV, the station, do town hall meetings, and even in the rural areas, chiefs are very critical. And because IBC has offices on the ground, use also those offices to be doing continuous engagements of the people in the rural areas. And you can even have mobile meetings in the sparsely populated areas. That is one. Another stakeholder is political parties. Political parties, as I said, that the booklet I said that they print, which is normally, by now it even should be out because a date of election is known. That booklet, if you conform to those aspects, because it gives you what you're supposed to be doing, you are supposed to be doing this one and this in this day and engaging, it is a very good long-term booklet and stakeholders engagement booklet, and it should come out in good time so that when you are going for the first meeting, you are not starting with meeting number 10 and you tick 1, 2, 3, gone. So if you have that one and you do it continuously, that is also another one. And also when you are engaging the stakeholders or anybody, the information should come out accurately and in good time. It should be you give them timely and accurate engagement. I'll give an example. Political parties are supposed to submit their party nomination rule 6 months to elections. And when you submit your nomination rules to IEBC 6 months to election, IEBC will do things. They'll either give you a certificate of compliance or within 14 days request you to amend a particular aspect. Now, that issue of asking to amend should come up in very good time. And I say this because you can wait up to 14, on the 14th day, email is bounced, amend this section. Yet, the law states that that amended section will only be effective 90 days later on. Now, this political party, they want to hold a nomination, and they're using those nomination rules. And there's a timeline of submitting the names of candidates. So when you're also doing the engagement, do it, give information accurate and timely. It is going to help us.
Thank you. All those activities and approaches and all that, how do you now formulate that into a long-term institutional mechanism?
Thank you very much. You need to have a stakeholder engagement policy. Yes. Yes. Thank you.
Wish you
Thank
well.
you very much.
And part of those, the documents I was talking about, should be condensed into that institutional stakeholders policy.
They should all be embedded.
Yes.
Thank you. I wish you well. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. I want to ask Mr. Bore to ask you some questions. Kodemas, please.
Thank you very much, Madam American. You have served in different boards, and you also served as a political party. Can you describe an instance in your professional life when you are confronted by immense political pressure from maybe a prominent political figure, so that you can alter the outcome of results, and how you are able to maneuver it, or if you agreed to what the prominent figure wanted,
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. I've served in politics, and there are several, but there is one which stands out. When we are doing the party primaries, 2017, then there was a member of County Assembly who had lost. So filed a reference at the Jubilee Party Appeals Tribunal. And I was the nexus between the National Election Board and the Appeals Tribunal. So all the documentation, the Elections Department could bring me the documents, and so that I could give them the original. And you have the timelines that you must finalize before the PPDT timelines, because you can't go there. You must finish within the timelines. So we were working late, 2 a.m. This member of the National Election, this member of County Assembly approached my office. Thank God I was with, when I look at it, it's just God. Thank God I was with 2 other staff members in my office. So he approached my office, and I was just seated like this, and staff members like this, and then he entered. I don't know how he was able to get into the offices armed. So he opened his coat and told me, look at this, they are not toys. This is my Form 34A, and I want you to give me my certificate. Gave me the Form 34A. The Form 34A he had is different from the original one that I had. He had added 2 zeros. So when you add 2 zeros, it changes election officially. In the process, one of as I told you, we had 2 more, I had 2 more staff, managed to sneak out and call reinforcement. When I stood, I refused to change that election because I had the original Form 34A. The Form 34A does not have the 2 zeros. So that is elections, and I cannot change. And thank God, and this is 2 a.m. Thank God the results were, the situation was contained. When I look back, that is just God. Nothing else. That's what I can say. That is one incident. Okay.
And when you're serving at the LSK, you created policies that were able to save you were able to maybe change and alter the way the processes are being done at the LSK in terms of maybe matters that have been registered and sorted. So when you go to, if given a chance, when you land at IEBC, are there very fast things that you can be able to pick up and change so that we can have trust back at IEBC?
Thank you very much. When we started the Judges and Magistrate Vetting Board, this was a very new thing and unique. And we had to put in policies, and on top of that, decide to engage, before even starting vetting, engage all our stakeholders, the law society, the judges and magistrate, the association, and the public. We did around town hall meetings in the whole country. When I go to IBC, I know IBC has policies. That is number one. Need to look at those policies, whether they're up to date. And when you're looking at a policy, you don't have to amend it. If it is up to date, mark it off. It is up to date. So that is one. Number two, as a commission, you need, as a commission, first and foremost, even if you need to bond. You also need to bond before you start and work as a team, as IBC, before even engaging other people for the trust. Have trust and confidence among yourself. I've worked, when I was in the Kenya board, Kenya board is composed of LSK, surveyor, ISPAC, engineers, association of manufacturers. So you will be diverse, so you have to come unity in your diversity, and now work as a stakeholders, and now engage the public to put back the trust of Kenya. What is this that is making people not trust IEBC? If it's Form 34A, can we do civic education on it as proposed by the Supreme Court? If it is the, what do you call, the servers. The server is, to me, it's a component within it's a software. You need to educate people about it, because I think sometimes people imagine that a server is like a house that you can walk in. So we also need to know, because somebody will tell you, open that server, and they imagine it is a server you are getting in. We need to engage people so that they have trust, and we tell them we are independent. We are here to serve Kenyans. That is our mandate, and we are doing it impartially. We are people with integrity, and we've gone through a process. It is not head-hunted, and there's a board which interviewed us, look at us, selected us among so many people. That's why I say even coming here is not a right. It is a process. So please, trust us, we are here to work with you. Political stakeholders, please, engage them and tell them, let's work together to deliver this one. At the end of the day, there's a winner and there's a loser. And you bind yourself. If you lose, Kenya is bigger than all of us.
Thank you very much, and all the best.
Thank you.
Professor Damsolo, please ask Mary some questions.
Thank you, Chair. Mary Karen Chesankigen. You certainly don't come from a marginalized community. Would I be right?
I come from the Rift Valley.
No. Rift Valley has marginalized communities and non-marginalized communities. There's a reason why I'm asking that.
Okay, I'm not.
Thank you very much, because none of the panelists has congratulated you on the very, very high milestones you have achieved as a lady, and I believe they have not congratulated you because you don't come from a marginalized community. Because when I look, you have been in boards, very high-profile boards. You've served at the Law Society of Kenya in a very high-profile role. You've served as an assisting counsel in the Judges and Magistrates Vetting Board. You've dabbled into the murky waters as a director in one of the largest political parties. By any standards, those are key milestones for a lady. So let me congratulate you.
Thank you very much, Professor.
For that. Now to my question. Reflecting on reports like the Kriegler Report 2008 and the NADCO 2023 that highlight previous election irregularities, if you are to become a member of the IEBC, what key lessons should the IEBC take away, and how would you ensure these issues are mitigated in future elections? In other words, I'm saying Kriegler happened, a lot of milestones were achieved, but some of the very things that Kriegler proposed, we keep on undermining them. NADCO has proposed some are in Parliament being enacted, but there's a possibility that just like Kriegler, it might not be implemented to the fullest. So that's why I wanted to bring out where you have been. You have even been a member of the selection panel that put commissioners into place that were still faulted. And now Kenyans would like to hear, what is it, based on those reports, that if you were to pass, that Mary Karen Chesankigen who has that wide knowledge in governance, in elections, in law, in public administration, in audit and risk. You nearly have everything. What is it that you'll ensure that is done based on those two reports?
Thank you, Professor. One, the delimitation of boundaries is late. The NATCO report proposed parliamentary process so that we can have delimitation. I'll propose that one if times allows, because if you go through the long process, we'll not be able, so unless you go through the process. Then secondly, from Kriegler all the way, elections are won at the polling station, or won or lost at the polling station. So that elections, Kenyans should know that the Form 34A at the polling station is the results, and we're going to uphold that one. The rest is transmission.
Just on the first one, you know that boundary delimitation is as hot as the presidential election, or even hotter. Just from where you sit, and I'm not preempting you, can IEBC within 2 years handle two hot issues, one after the other?
It's very difficult, but where there is will, you can.
Thank you. My last question. How would you address a scenario where your personal interests or external pressures conflict with the IEBC's role and objectives? And we live in a political space. You and me know, you being a lawyer, me also being, that the Constitution only outlaws within 5 years those who have served within governing organs of the party. But you know our political space, you have been there. Just somebody saying that Chesang, a politician saying that Chesang served under Jubilee. You know they'll be, what do you tell them? What, in addition to my question? Because they'll come, you know very well. Such issues will come.
Thank you very much. When I was in Jubilee, I had a mandate and a job to work for. I was not in the governing council, but I was in the secretariat. I was a staff. If I happened and I'm successful as a commissioner, I am here to serve Kenyans, to deliver credible elections. And my personal, I don't have any conflict of interest. But in another situation now, not this election, that when my personal, I am conflicted, first and foremost declare that conflict that you are conflicted on this part, and you declare to your colleagues so that they get to know, other than people coming to know at the end of the day that this person had vested interest here. Because if it's very, very personal. But working in a political party and now working in IBC, there's no conflict of interest.
Thank you, Chair.
Jubilee Party is still an active actor in Kenya today, and you will be needed to mediate between political parties when they have issues. How will you handle if that is brought to you as a commissioner and it involves Jubilee Party?
Thank you very much, Chair. For record, I'm not a member of Jubilee Party.
No, but you have been a staff of Jubilee
I have
Party.
been yes, that I'm saying for record. Yeah. I have not been a member. I'm not a member of Jubilee Party of Kenya. I was, but I'm not a member. And if it's brought there, I'll be an umpire, an independent umpire, arbitrating against two political parties. But this time, I'll be wearing a hat of a commissioner, not a member, because I want to believe each and every person, almost everyone, at one point or another, you've been a member of a political party. So you'll not get that person who may not be a member or have been a member of a political party to come and arbitrate. Yes. So my interests, I'll just serve them as a member of the commissioner, discharge my duties independently and impartially. That is the way even I think my oath will be. The way I swore when I signed the role of advocates in 1995 to discharge my duties independently without fear, I'll still stand by my oath.
Okay, thank you. Please, Professor Adams.
Again, Chair, I guess I would be right if now I call you by that name that nobody has called you, but which you alluded to, Mrs. Sorobit. Is that how it's pronounced?
Yes, Professor.
With your wide knowledge on the election journey and the legal milestones in Kenya, I'll ask you a high school question that the chair insists we ask. Name the 3 members of the panel of eminent personalities convened by the African Union to...
Realizing he's in.
Okay. I was trying to wonder whether he was the secretariat or he was in the gallery, but he's in the gallery. So thank you. Thank you, sir, for coming to accompany your spouse for this session. Please, you find your certificates at, with one of our officers at the door as you walk out. Feel free to pick your pen and notebook, and blessings to you. Thank you very much. Please bring the candidate in. Welcome, Mary Njeri Mburu. Please have a seat. You do have a mic before you, a notebook and a pen, and sometimes water if you like. My name is Nelson Makanda. I am the chair of this selection panel, and allow me to thank you for showing interest in the advertised position of a member of the Commission of IEBC, but also congratulate you for being shortlisted for the same.
Thank you.
I want to invite my colleagues to introduce themselves before we do come to you, Madam Mary.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Good morning, Madam Mary.
Thank you.
My name is Linda Kiome. Yes. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to this interview session. Karibu sana.
Thank you.
Madam Mary, habari ya asubuhi.
Mzuri kabisa.
Naitwa Bwana Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa chopo hili la uteuzi, na karibu.
Asante.
Miss Mburu, good morning.
Good morning.
Caroline Kituku is my name. Welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mary.
Good morning.
My name is Adam Solo, a member of this selection panel.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mary.
Good morning.
My name is Nicodemus Bore. Karibu sana.
Thank you.
Good morning, Madam.
Good
My
morning.
name is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Please feel welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mrs. Mburu.
Good morning.
And karibu sana. My name is Koki Muli Grinyo, and I'm a member of the panel.
Asante.
Good morning, Mary Mburu.
Good morning.
My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of this selection panel, and we welcome you.
Thank you.
Asante.
Okay, thank you very much. We want to come to you, Mary. Kindly introduce yourself, highlight those things you think are significant in your profile that will aid in the work of the Commission, which you have applied for. And let us know if you are a member of any professional group or society, and if you have received any award. Please proceed.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Mary Njeri Mburu. Sometimes I'm called Wambugo because that is my husband's name. So some of the certificates have Wambugo. My earlier certificates in high school bear the name Wanjeri. Wanjeri was a nickname, so I dropped Wa and I kept Njeri. So you find those discord in the documents. I have a bachelor's degree in agriculture and a master's degree in business administration. Very early after my first degree, one of my professors, who was very fond of telling me, you don't belong to this, doing pathology and all those things, told me you belong to business. And I believed him, and immediately I finished my first degree. I did a master's degree in business administration. 1994. After that, I worked shortly with the Trust Bank. I was rising from management training all the way to becoming a credit manager, and a job I did well. And after that, I had a short stint when the former president, Kibaki, Miraria, who was the Minister of Finance, disbursed the credit procurement officers. I got an interest when I was in the bank. And I applied to go to Kenya Pipeline. I was taken. And I did a short 18 months. And we'll discuss about why I left that. It's part of what makes me who I am, because wanting to be a person of integrity. After that, I went to USAID, and I was actually headhunted from that information that came out, and I was headhunted. I worked at USAID supporting the regional platforms in DRC, Sudan, Southern Sudan, Congo. Sometimes I'll do a TDY, a temporary duty in Uganda. I know that. And then after that, 2013, I got an opportunity worldwide. They needed third country nationals to go and support critical missions which were in Afghanistan. And I applied and I was taken very high level. That's a nutshell of what I've done. The reason why I applied for this position is I look at one thing, public trust at IEBC, and I was applying for this position in last IEBC because that is something which working with you as government made me have a drive, seeing the way they do their things, seeing the way public leaders hold themselves. Working with them very high level, mission directors, ambassadors, wherever we went, they held themselves in high esteem. They were people of integrity, so that is what made me feel I would want to come and improve our public trust in IEBC. Integrity of the institution, looking at why should people working together not have a unified communication? Why wouldn't they have internal disputes solved before they came to the public? If they are delivering an election, how credible is that election if together themselves they are not having their own resolution of dispute? How do you look in public? That is what drove me into that. And I have strength in procurement. We did very high-level procurement for U.S. government in USD missions, both in Nairobi, overseas, and everywhere. And the first thing that comes into my mind is you are expected to act ethically. You've got to believe that whatever else you have does not matter. What matters is how does it look in the eyes of the public. And that is what drives me into thinking that if I have those ethos, how does the public look at IEBC? I should be in the IEBC Commission so that I can emphasize or I can contribute to that public, raising up the public image of IEBC. I have, professionally, I have achieved many awards. Both in Afghanistan, I got a meritorious award. It's in my file. Both in Liberia, in Haiti, in Afghanistan, I got all awards because of contracting high level with integrity. And I also supported the budgets in congressional budget justification, writing up documents saying this is why we need this money. Thank you.
So let's come to the thing you skipped. Why did you leave Kenya Pipeline?
Kenya Pipeline is a government institution, and I joined when Muraria, former Minister of Finance, called, send everybody home, and I applied, and happened to be taken because I had not done procurement before. And I looked at what was going on. I stayed 18 months, if I'm not wrong. And it was untenable for me because the things I saw being done, I would write documents and then they are checked by somebody else. And there were a lot of things that did not please me. That time I was still very young. I had worked in a bank where the Asian bank I worked for, you were to justify everything you did. Why did you select this one, this supplier, and not this one? And why did you do this and not this one? And it was something you discuss with the people. But I found in Kenya Pipeline, you don't discuss with anyone. Decisions have already been made. And it was untenable for me. I just left. I left the office one day, and I never went back. And I wrote a resignation when I went home because I thought my life was in danger.
So suppose you encounter this at IEBC, do we expect a resignation?
I did that when I was a bit younger. Now I have worked for US government. I've worked for the best there is, money can buy. I have grown the thick skin. I know how to do the internal dispute resolution. I know how to do a consultative decision making. Before, when I was younger, I could not go to my bosses and tell them because even going to head office, I was seated in PS10. PS10 is in industrial area. Coming to head office was a tall order. They will not even allow you. My former boss could not even give me an appointment but now I'm talking about a highly rated commission which have got people of high integrity, people who have experience, people who are maybe my age or even more, or even younger. So it's up to me, the ones who are younger, to convince them, because leadership is all about, can I inspire you? Can I motivate you? Do I have a vision for you to follow? Is there a vision, a compelling vision, which you can follow? And am I inspiring you by how I communicate this vision? Am I motivating you? Is there a reason? Being a scholar of leadership have made me high level on top of what I was. Already I was very high level at USAID as a TCN, third country national, but now I'm even more bold that I will not bolt out. I don't bolt out. We disagree, we have to come to a consensus. Currently in board meetings, we disagree on many things like technology buying, and we discuss, and until we come to a concession. My way is not always the right, but I have to also buy other people's ideas. That is called consensus. You come with a unified communication, whereby you all agree and buy to it and have responsibility over it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Madam Mary, apart from your professional experience, which I note that is vast and exemplary work you have done for USAID, as well as being in Family Bank as an executive director, and all the experience you've got from your professional undertakings. Now, apart from that, what other key skills and competencies do you bring to IEBC? Noting that the environment within which IEBC operates is a high level and high stake.
Oh, yes. When I was in the diplomatic missions, I would go to the field. For example, elections in Liberia were happening when I was there, and we were preparing as a mission. U.S. missions, USAID missions, had all these projects that are supporting whatever cause was on the high level. So when it is election time, everybody in the contracting office looks at what are these programs, what are these projects which are going to do, that how is the population. So for me, coming with an experience of having seen different I can say countries like Liberia, Afghanistan, Haiti, how fragmented they are. What brought the fragmentation? As the technical team wrote the scope of work for me as a contractor, I was to look, is it contractable? Are these issues that are coming in the scope of work, are they the ones that we are going to contract around? Are they going to solve the issues that will come out in the elections? So for me, I'll be looking at ground level, ground zero. Where do we stand at this time? Because elections are different every time. So looking at 2027, I'm in 2025. What is it I can do early? I can start procurement process. We have the public eye looks at doing a last minute. IEBC is always doing a last minute. Why are we doing a last minute? Are there not planners there? And I'm not saying there is something wrong with that. Maybe it is the transformative, not procedural. I'm a transformative reader, not a procedural reader. Procedure you do to an extent, and that is where transformation and strategy meet. Because you can't be a transformative leader if you're not a strategic person. You've got to know what are these procedures that are going to culminate into the process, the ABC, the procurement of materials, the transmission of deployment of technology to the field, the testing, sanitizing that, the audit of the registration register, all that. Is it ready? Are we showing the public we are ready? Are we talking about, oh, this much percentage is not being done? What are we doing as IEBC? We have to make sure, at least based on the parameters given in the Article 88, our mandate, we should be in a position to accomplish that well before. Thank you.
I have noted that you have given us two skills, or rather competencies, which is a diverse elections experience in the international fields, where you've had the direct experience in countries like Liberia in the election matters, and also transformative leadership. Is there any other skills and specific skills and competencies?
Yes, financial, budgeting. Looking at, does that budget reflect, does the budget reflect you going against your policies? Are you going against the act in the political parties? Have they nominated? And if they have not nominated the political person according to their own act, then how are they going to agree with the act of the IEBC? So first of all, they have to be within their own procedurally act within their own political parties act. So they must comply with that. So the oversight there is looking at their act as an IBC commissioner and seeing where is the gap. And if there is a gap, send them back. Comply with ABC so that when you bring this person, it sanitizes the process of IEBC, because all the way from nominating a candidate, if there is lack of following the procedures, then it is not going to come here and we sanitize the same.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you for that. So specifically, would like to know which are these things, what measures does IBC put in place to ensure that all that you're saying, oversighting, happens? What are the specifics, things that IBC must put in place?
For example, does the candidate comply with the Article 6? You know, have they nominated according to every public and I think even when you come to the nomination of candidates, they must be acting in accordance. I see all the time in the advert, they must comply with the Chapter 6. Have they complied with the Chapter 6? And there are very many elements of Chapter 6. Person must be ethical, act with integrity. There is those qualifications that are required. Are they created by the Directorate of Criminal Investigation? Do they have anything balanced with the university where they went? Do they have the threshold? In a nutshell, how do they have the threshold to qualify as a candidate according to Chapter 6 and then according to the Party Nominations Act?
Thank you very much. I wish you well, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I want to ask Madam Koki Muli to ask you some questions. Koki, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Madam, what is an electoral calendar and what does it specifically contain?
Electoral calendar is a calendar showing when elections are supposed to happen. And it aligns with an electoral cycle. Electoral cycle in this country is 5 years. For who? President and other members of parliament, county assemblies, assistants, all that. An election...
Besides the election date, what else does it contain?
Election calendar starts with getting ready for elections. Election calendar is about when do we purchase things that are going to be used in the election? When do we deploy those things that have been bought? Do we have adequacy of those materials and equipments required in an election? An election calendar is like telling me certain dates. August, that is when we do our elections here. Before, we used to do the elections in a different time. There was even a time when I remember I had come back to the country in one of my R&Rs, and I found the elections were done in a different date. They were deferred. So if I stick to the election calendar, it's after 5 years of, it aligns with the election cycle. I'm not sure I understand what you mean by election date.
You are the one who said that the election calendar contains election date. And I asked you, besides the election date, what other things are in the electoral calendar? And I want to follow up that question with another one. Why do you think it is so critical for IEBC to prepare an elections calendar, and when should they do that? Or when do they actually do that? Because they do that.
All right. Now I think I internalize that. Election calendar starts when one election is done. The next one, we start the next, because you start by looking at what was the problem, what are the gaps. You audit the other election. How did it go? How can we prepare for the next? Because I believe IEBC is a commission that does not just do one election. It's not appointed to do just one election. So they go through the cycle of elections. So an election calendar starts when the other election have finished. So if you are getting in as a commissioner when one election have already been done, election calendar has already been started. And it doesn't have to start with the commissioners, because there are people in IEBC who are doing the preparation for the next election, looking at the gaps, looking at what are these, what happens, what did work, what didn't work, what were the challenges, what are the opportunities, and.
For example, in Liberia.
Yes.
You said you are there during the elections of Liberia.
Yes.
Have you ever seen an elections calendar? Or did they have one in Liberia?
No, I did not see any.
Okay. Thank you very much, and I wish you luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. FCP Tanui, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mary, which profession do you belong?
I belong to multiple profession. I am an ACCA. I'm a chartered accountant. I have an ACCA in front of my name. I am in good standing with ACCA. I've done the follow-up CPDs. I do them every year. Unlike a CPAK, where you don't lose your profession, in ACCA, I can be told to do Section 3 if I don't do the continuous.
Which other one? You said you belong to many, so which other one?
Something American government call FACSI. I'm a profession in that, because I finished CON 360. It's in my file. CON 360 is contracting for decision makers, where they don't.
Which other one? You have told us many, so which is the third one?
I'm a leader.
You know, profession, when I say you're a professional, it means a skill that you've been trained, examined, and certified.
I've gone through the Institute of Directors. I have a certification from Institute of Directors as a leader.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, I'm picking it up from where you told us you are a transformational leader.
Yes.
And not a procedural leader. Now, IEBC has a mandate that is highly procedural, if anything, highly regulated. You can't do anything in IEBC outside the legal framework. So how would you, given an opportunity to be an IEBC commissioner, how would you be able to deliver on the mandate of IEBC if you are not a procedural leader? Thank you.
Bwana Tanui, maybe I didn't express myself well. What I said, or what I would want to clarify, is that I'm not only a procedural leader, because a procedural leader follows strategy, follows plans, and follows the lay down milestones that are going to be achieved in the strategy. I said I'm not only a procedural, I'm also a transformative, because procedural is those add up into budget. So the budgetary procedure will be, first of all, take stock of what activities are involved, what activities are being carried out by the IEBC. And then you associate each of those activities with a cost. And then how do you come up with the costs? How do you know that it will cost A and not B? Because there are people who are financial experts, who are financial analysts. And I was one of that when I was working for USAID fingertips. Is it adequate? Does it adequately cover that? Or will I need to go back? And I think the budgetary process have to be very thorough, identifying each of the cost centers. And not only do they swallow the costs, are they going to be inflated? Are we considering things like inflation? Are we looking at if it is traveling to where IBC have got satellite offices, what are the costs going there?
Thank you. I think that's okay with me and the panel. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I want to ask Ms. Hati to ask some questions. Ms. Hati, please.
Thanks so much, Chair. Mary Njeri.
Thank you.
I also wanted to ask you a question related to the presidential elections. When IBC issues the statutory forms where the presidential candidates fill, what is the number of voters who are supposed to fill their signatures and IDs?
I didn't get you.
When the IBC chairman issues statutory forms, the forms that the presidential candidates fill for the people to nominate, the number of people who sign and give their ID numbers. The sponsors.
The sponsors?
Yes.
Memory, I cannot accurately recall, but I knew 2,000 was a number some time back.
Good. Now, in preparation for the 2027 general elections, if you are successful and you are a commissioner, please mention some of the activities, specific activities you'll be able to carry out as a commission in preparation for the 2027 general elections.
All right, I'll do, first of all, a reprocurement. As a new commissioner, first of all, before I even jump into procurement, I will look at the stock, go and look at the commission. What does the commission have? Do we have the BVRs? Do we have KIMS kits? What are their positions? Do we have any technology that was procured before? Because I don't believe in procuring things every cycle of elections, but use what you have, because that is what an entrepreneur does, is to use what you have and improve it. So I will start with early procurement of anything that is required in 2027. And before I do even the procurement, I will first of all come up with there is something the citizens of this country have been asking, that is the boundaries. And they are talking about, it is in the papers, minimum of 8 years, 12 years maximum. We are on that verge. But that is a gap, which I take as a challenge, but is an opportunity, because it's a challenge because the political class are looking at their boundaries, may be changed, they may be interfered with, there may be not enough money, all these things, they are challenges, but they are opportunities because the citizens are asking. And what are we trying to do is put these, revamp or return back the credibility of IEBC. So first of all, the delimitation of boundaries. And we can do that even if we don't have funds, because I know I have worked in this world where we were doing development world, where there are grants. We can get funding to do delimitation. So once we do the delimitation, we have raised the public eye up. Then we talk about it, and then we go to procedures. Start early procurement. look at the whole system from procurement, from deployment of technology to deployment of that technology. How is that technology? Do an audit of that technology. Is it up to date? We understand in 2017, a lot of the reason why we had issues is because a lot of those kits, they were not malfunctioning. So are they ready to go? Are they okay? Then, and before that, I was still struggling, but I was still, most important, voter registration. What are we doing in voter registration? Are we following our the constitutional chapter 4, where the people have a right to be able to vote? Are we enabling that? Are we going to register these people? So as the commissioner, I will kick in 3 things. First of all, with other commissioners, come up to an agreement in a boardroom like this. What is a priority? Delimitation.
That's okay. That's okay. Those are enough. Now, let me take you back to what you have mentioned about the boundary limitations. Please mention to the panel and the Kenyans who are watching you, as from where you stand as a commission, if you are given an opportunity, what are some of the challenges you foresee in boundary limitation in view of the timings?
The timeline is the biggest challenge. Timeline, because we are already on, it's supposed to have happened in May, but we can still do it. That is the biggest challenge, timeline. We are already on 12 years since it was done in 2012. We are already in 2025. That is the biggest challenge. The next challenge would be the political class. People not wanting their places to be hived off. And then there is funding, part of it. It could be challenging. And also ethnic dissatisfaction. And because Kenya, we lie to ourselves. Kenya is very polarized on ethnic lines. If we say, like, I'll take a county like Nakuru, because that is where they were talking about high population. And I read it in the media. It's not, I looked at it in the media. And when I look at that, if Nakuru is going to have delimitation, on what basis was it selected? That will be the citizens. You know, people are polarized already, so they'll be questioning. So as you come to delimit these boundaries, you've got to be very careful about the public view of what you're doing and where you're doing it and why you're doing it. So you must come out very early and tell people, because of those issues, we have said a credible institution. So when they are in the hall, together with the observers, the UNDP will be saying, this register is clean because we were involved in the registration. We are involved in the process. We have known these people. We work together. And our observers are not just there to come and tell whoever they are representing how the election is going. They are going to look at us. Are we following our own procedures? If we involved them, we were co-creators with them, this process. So we have already convinced them we are going to deliver a credible election results. So to us, they are going to buy in early. So when we were observers, let's say I participated once when I volunteered myself when I was at US Embassy Nairobi. And when we were going in, we were head on one mandate. Did our youth bunges, how did they participate? Was there violence? Why were there no violence? Like, for example, where we had our youth bunges, there were no violence because they bought in early. So election observers, you make them partners. You partner with them early enough in the election. You work with them during the process. When you are deploying the kits, you are calling them. When you are doing the audit of those KIMS kits, you are calling them to be observers. So they are going to actually stand with you during the voting process and delivery of the results, because they know those KIMS kits have already been sanitized. So election observers are going to be partners. I would push for them being partnered with from the beginning to the whole end. Thank you.
I'm still waiting for the policy framework that would guide all that you have said, and particularly in terms of accreditation, engagement, and feedback. What you've described, the activities, the engagement. So which policy framework would guide all that?
Our constitution is the major policy shaper, because according to our constitution, we invite observers. Are they acting in their own interest? Because if they are not acting in accordance to the law, there are three things, and any time there is an election or there is a meeting high level, we are looking at, is it within the law? That is the most important. Number two, we are looking at, is it consultative? Have they convinced us they are going to be impartial? Because there can be observers who are partial. So they have to be within the policy of the Constitution. They have to act with accordance to IEBC Act, because there is a way IEBC Act includes in the observation these observers. So we look at that.
Thank you. Wish you well.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to invite Nicodemus Bore to ask you some questions. Nicodemus, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Madam Jerry.
Yes.
You currently work as a director non-executive director at the Family Bank.
Yes.
And I'm sure you joined in when they had already put up technology to support financial systems.
Yes.
And even from your CV, it indicates you are a fintech person.
Yes.
Now, technology has been used to solve problems.
Yes.
And also, it has caused problems in our elections.
Yes.
What's your approach to balancing the benefits of technology vis-a-vis the risks, especially around credibility and security?
Thank you. Risks and security are two, like twins, they go together. Security of an IT system will go along with the risks associated with that IT system. And I would correct you and say, when I joined Family Bank, there was a system and there is a system. I've been involved in selecting a system, and we are buying a system. We improve the system that is there. So the system technology is invaluable asset in IEBC. We've got to use technology. Technology, rightly, Mr. Bora, you said it has brought problems. Why? Did we do it the right way? Did we buy the KIMS kit in time? Did we do studies, we do sampling so that we can look at a population. When it comes to election, it has to be. There's so many thousand kits that are going to be used. We've got to do a 90% checkup of them, because all of them you transmit. We want to have maximum. The world level allows plus minus 5% error, degree of error. So I'm talking about we must have 95% confidence level that our BVRs are going to deliver results correctly and on time. We must have 95% confidence level that our registration kits are going to register without errors. So technology can be used and is being used, and I use it all the time, and we use it all the time in the bank. We mine the data. So I first of all use the technology to mine the data. Look at how can we mine the data in the past to know what went wrong. Was that data sanctified? If the data was wrong, then even if you use the best technology, there will be wrong results. So first of all, do the audit of what is technology we are using. Have we been updating it? How are we patching it? When I am a risk and compliance board chair, and the first thing we look at is the sanity of our system. Do we have a DR? That is data recovery. Do we have the data center? The data center, how does it sit? Does it replicate 100% with the DR? If something fails, can we replicate? Can we remove? So technology is the best thing that can happen, Mr. Bore, and we must have the best technology. And how we make sure that technology works for us is IEBC will procure or update or improve the technology that is existing, but we must have an independent technology auditor who will give us the information that this actually works. We need a second or even a third eye. And because IEBC is a very important commission, and I can tell you this, and I'll regress because of the question you have asked. Why are we fighting to have a credible election? It's because things, when they go wrong, I was a bit younger when the former commission chair mentioned that he cannot even tell who was a winner, and he was staying near somewhere I was living, and the country almost burned. So we want to give Kenyans credibility of IEBC so that they can believe in the results we are going to transmit, that they will know the technology was looked in, there was audit of it, there was check 100%, 95% confidence, and we shall announce that in the papers. We shall put in all the media that this is the process. In procurement, this is where we are, and we'll go on. Allow me, Chair, to share sad stories of the countries where I've been. I've been in Haiti, and Haiti was burning because of lack of democracy. People having a second thought about the leader. I'm giving when I went to Liberia I went 2015 beginning, and I found a country that was debilitated by Ebola, but the governance was a problem. So I was applying for this position because I have seen with my own eyes what a country without proper democracy, where the rule of law does not work, where people can go. People become salvage. So we must make IEBC a creditable institution. We must have the integrity of the institution very high up there. And we must consult. We must consultative. We must convince the Kenyan population that we are that commission that is going to deliver a credible result. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman, and wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Jerry.
Thank you. I invite Professor Adam Solo, please.
Thank you, Chair Mary. You are going to a very, very high voltage area. And when the chair asked you why you left pipeline,
yes,
you said you felt your life was in danger.
Yes.
And he told you where you are going.
Yes.
It's not just danger.
Yes.
Election officials have died. It hasn't been explained up to now. 3 women are living in exile, whether you agree with them or not. It's tougher than pipeline. Do you still want this job?
Yes, I want this job because it's not tougher than Afghanistan. It's not tougher than Haiti. It is not tougher than Liberia. Afghanistan, yes. Life-threatening, living in a hutch, yes. Flying in an open helicopter. Yes. And because I believed in the work I was doing, the U.S. government employed me as a diplomat there to be able to make a difference. Specifically, in one of my certificates is we were trying to bring down the barriers of women. Women were not allowed to vote. They were not allowed to do all those things. So you move from the high tower. You come down to where the people are. Try to understand the issues. What is making these humans behave the way they are behaving? Elections are not without being scathed. They are about what you believe in. Are you ethically right? Do you love your country? I had an opportunity to become a U.S. citizen, but I did not, because I saw those Americans the way they were saying. Every negotiation memorandum I did, Because when you do a contract, you finish with a memorandum of negotiation. You were to sign, and whatever I have negotiated is in the best interest of U.S. government. The U.S. government is held high by their people. When we are out there in Afghanistan, when you had a blue badge, I had another color badge because I was a third country national. They knew when they were holding their badges up that if there is evacuation, they'll be first.
Mary,
the second person would be
Mary,
me.
You keep on giving the example of the U.S. government, Afghanistan.
Yes.
I would rather you give me the Kenya government and pipeline, why you felt the Kenya government would not protect you in pipeline. Because that is the U.S., this is Kenya.
Okay.
And you want to be a commissioner.
Thank you, Professor. In Kenya government, yes.
Where I'm telling you, election officials have died.
Yes.
Hasn't been explained until now. 3 women commissioners are in exile.
Yes.
So give me an example that is real.
All right. To be a commissioner in IEBC in Kenya is not a crime, and I'm a Kenyan, and I'm there to protect my constitution. And I'm not afraid at all in whatever comes on the way, because what have a reaction have an action have a reaction. What triggered them, I don't know. I know not why they left. But first of all, I know any one time you're working as a team and you're going behind the team, you're about to feel uncomfortable. Kenya Pipeline, I was very young, and I didn't leave because I was threatened in life. I left because I didn't like the practices that were going that time. I was 39 years old when I was working, very young. Now I've grown the thick skin.
Are you withdrawing your earlier statement that you felt your life was in danger?
I said that?
Yes, you did.
Okay. Yeah, I'm withdrawing that. Because the reason why I left really was I didn't like the malpractices and people putting, I would say that, let me correct. Professor Magara was on the dock, Minister of Finance, and I recall telling my boss that I'm not going to be another Magara, to be on the dock there, and I don't know what happened in procurement.
Thank you.
Yeah.
My last question.
Yes.
The temptation or pressure to bend the rules when you are in high-profile institutions are real.
Yes.
Especially from powerful quarters.
Yes.
Can you tell us how you would stay true to your mandate, even when it's politically and individually costly?
That's a tough one. With my experience and my years, you take stock of what is happening around, and there is always that people wanting you to do things otherwise. You stay true to your ethics, the ethical consideration you put in coming to IEBC. That ethical consideration should be the guidelines, should be the baseline, which you build all your other actions. Number 2, you've got to consult with your peers. You are not in the commission alone. Why should we take this position, and what is the impact on the Republic of Kenya? What is the impact on the electorate? So if you cannot come to a consensus, and you must come to a consensus, then you must agree to move away from that particular decision. So it's not merely they are making a decision about a political position, a political influence. It's a consultation with a commission-wide way of communicating and decision-making. So it will not be merely dissenting and leaving and going to give a different conference. It's a communication that have got a concerted responsibility. And there are protocols in the commission who is a public communicator. So you all sit in that boardroom and agree. And the enticement of the political is not, of political class high level is not different. It is done all over, even in US, everywhere. And I won't give those examples because I'm talking about Kenya. It's real, and I've read about it. but it is all about your disposition. Are you ethically right? Can you convince the others? Like I said, as a leader, do you have those motives to convince others? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Prof, do you have the short questions, please?
Sure. Mary,
Yes.
who is the current CEO of IEBC?
Oh, I pass that.
Which two African cities, I'm taking you to a more familiar ground,
Yes.
which two African cities are major financial hubs on the continent?
Cities Johannesburg, and in West Africa we have Accra, Ghana.
In North Africa?
In North Africa, that should be Egypt.
Egypt is a country. I asked.
Cairo, sorry. Cairo.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We would like to thank you for your time. We have learned a lot from the interaction, and we would like to thank you for spending your time to prepare for this interview. Do you have any comment or question?
My comment would be, I had put in my file a parting shot of what I would want to do if I'm elected as a commissioner, and mine will be consultative, and that is why I didn't ask for a position of a chair. I asked for a position of a member because I believe a chair should be somebody else. And if elected, if appointed in this position, I'll be consulting, and I'll be looking into the public image of IEBC. I'll be more concerned about procedures in procurement, procedures in budgeting, procedures that make the public feel like they want to reach IEBC. And I want to thank you all sincerely for having me, giving me this opportunity to come and talk to you about my intention to join the IEBC. With that, thank you so much.
allow me to thank you for showing interest in the position that we advertised for member of IEBC and putting in your application. Secondly, to congratulate you for being shortlisted for the same, and that's why you're here for this interview this morning. And so we will take a brief moment to introduce ourselves, and then we will come to you. You have a notebook and a pen, just in case you need to note something down. Please, you can use it. Welcome.
Thank you.
Linda, please.
Good morning, Wakili.
Good morning.
My name is Linda Kiome. I serve this panel as a vice chair. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you to this interview session.
Thank you.
Chair, I must confess that Melissa is one of our advocates, a young one at that, and her being my constituent will be able to do objective analysis and assessment for her interview. Thank you.
Melissa, habari ya asubuhi.
Salama.
Naitwa Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa jopo hili la uteuzi, na karibu.
Asante.
Ms. Ngania, good morning.
Good morning.
Caroline Kituko, a member of the panel. Welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning, Melissa.
Good morning, Prof.
Adam Solo is my name, a member of the selection panel.
Thank you.
Good morning, Melissa.
Good morning.
My name is Nicodemus Bore, and karibu sana.
Asante.
Good morning, Melissa.
Good morning.
My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Please feel welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning, Wakili, and karibu sana. My name is Koki Muli Grigno, and I'm a member of the panel.
Thank you, Daktari.
Good morning, Melissa.
Good morning.
My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of this selection panel, and we welcome you.
Asante.
Now we'll come to you, Melissa, and ask that you introduce yourself, highlight your, those things in your profile that you think are significant for us to note and for the role that you have applied for. Let us know if you are a member of any professional society or group, and if you have received any award in the course of your career and life. Please proceed.
Thank you, Daktari. Chairperson and members of this selection panel. My name is Ngania Melissa. I'm an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. My academic journey, I did complete my bachelor's degree from Makerere University. I graduated in January 2010. Thereafter, I proceeded to the Kenya School of Law, where I did my postgraduate diploma. I was admitted to the bar on 18th of November 2011. Therefore, I have 13 years cumulative experience as an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. I also furthered my education. I did my Master of Laws degree from the University of Nairobi. I graduated in December 2018. Thereafter, I did enroll for my doctorate from the same university, the University of Nairobi. I did submit my thesis for examination last year in September. I am awaiting the university to invite me to defend my thesis.
That's a Doctor of Philosophy or a Doctor of Law?
Doctor of Laws.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you. I have also, in the course of my professional journey, pursued some of the professional courses. I did my mediation training in 2019 with the Mediation Training Institute. I have done arbitration to the level of member. I am a member of the Chartered Institute of Arbitrators. Currently, I started my legal practice at Harvey & Companies. I was exposed in the practice of law. I got the opportunity to represent clients in that firm. Thereafter, I worked for Waregian Company Advocates for a period of 2 years, and then ventured to my own practice at Ngani and Company Advocates, where I am from 2019 to date. Also, I teach at the Kenya School of Law. I am an adjunct lecturer. I teach civil procedure. I have taught for the last 5 years. I've also had the privilege to serve in the public sector. The first was the HIV and AIDS Tribunal, which I joined in 2019. My term came to an end in 2022. There, I gained the skills of being able to hear and determine disputes of the litigants that came before us. I also got the experience then to write judgments, to give decisions. In the tribunal, it is a 5-member tribunal. So then, being collegial and reaching a consensus was very important, and I'm happy to report that I think we did well within what we could be able. We gave decisions that were of majority, and at the time that we were leaving the tribunal, we left with no backlog. I've also had the privilege to serve at the Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation as a board member. Again, that also gave me the purview of what it means to be in the public service. I served there for a period of 2 years. In December last year, I was appointed to sit at the Financial Inclusion Fund Board, commonly known as the Hustler Fund. That is where I am still serving to date. Now, Chair and members of this panel, what makes me then a suitable candidate for this position of the IEBC? Like I had illuminated, I have had the opportunity to represent our clients in court where I have prosecuted election petition disputes. I did have the privilege to serve under my senior at Harvey and Company in 2013 and prosecuted 2 petitions. One went until the Supreme Court. That then ushered me to our electoral law landscape, the question of timelines and how you got to be diligent, because in every single thing, it becomes an issue before the court. Again, in 2017, I had the privilege to work under my seniors, Senior Counsel Fred Ngatia, Kiragu Kimani, and represented the then president at the Supreme Court in both the first petition and the repeat petition. That again, Chair and members of this panel gave me the opportunity to learn under my seniors with so much experience, but also to pull myself through the process and again broaden my skills in that basis. Again, in 2022, I was again privileged to represent one of the parties in the presidential petition and a gubernatorial petition in 2022. That then exposed me to our election landscape and what it entails, the environment, the timelines, and equally the need to be above board and keep the eye at the ball. Also serving as a board of director in Kenya Deposit Insurance Corporation, And the Hustler Fund, again, has been a privilege for me to now sit at a point where I know that I'm supposed to give strategic decisions, to strategic direction to the corporation, and also know that at that point you must be decisive and you must make decisions. And the issue of corporate governance, that in my considered view plays central to the to any organization to thrive. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairperson and the members of this committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Now, Ms. Ngania, which skills or professional experiences have best prepared you to thrive in this commission in the event you're taken up as a member, noting its high pressure and high stakes environment?
Thank you, Vice Chairperson, for that question. Like I have said, first of all, the handling of the election petitions it's a high impact. The timelines are very stringent. The Supreme Court, you got to prosecute it and deliver its decision within 14 days. So for me, that has, in my considered view, it has exposed me to the question of a high impact environment and the need to remain on board and also to continue. Equally, I must say that I am a product of people who have been very deliberate to see me propel in my career. I have mentors that have been very deliberate. I have an accountability system, and that to me helps me to stand out in an environment that is. Also, I have what I call a social support system that equally gives me grounded. When I leave home, I know that I have people that I can count on. And when I make decisions, I am privileged to have people who have mentored me and people who have walked with me the journey. And I have seen in their careers that they have excelled. And to me, then, that has been a pivotal role for me to pursue this role.
Thank you, Melissa. I wish you all the very best. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I invite Caroline to ask some questions. Carol, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Ms. Ngania, Article 6 of the Constitution divides Kenya into counties. Then the first schedule has set out those counties into 47. Article 188 equally envisages the possibility for alteration of the boundaries for a county. Two questions. Number one, would you take us through the procedure that is to be used to alter county boundaries? And number two, what is the criteria applicable?
Okay, thank you, Madam Caroline. Yes, delimitation, the pronunciations are different, of boundaries is one of the mandates that is actually vested on the IEBC. Over and beyond, of course, the elections, then that becomes one of the mandates. So that IEBC then is mandated to review the existing counties, and once you review, then you look at the population of the people vis-a-vis then the administrative landscape, and once then it is considered that one of these is ripe for delimitation, you have to conduct public participation.
Okay,
Yes.
Council, before you
So-
carry on, I'm sorry to
No,
interrupt
no, no, it's
you.
fine.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. There's a clear constitutional difference between IBC reviewing county boundaries under Article 188 of the Constitution and under Article 88. 88 is specific to constituencies and wards. 188 is specific to counties. I would like we discuss a little bit about the mandate of the IBC insofar as Article 188 is concerned. What is the procedure? Remember, Article 6 has cut out in stone the territory of Kenya and the number of counties. However, the same constitution envisages that there is a possibility that we can alter the boundaries of the counties following a certain procedure that the Constitution has established. My question was, what is this procedure and what should be taken into account to alter counties' boundaries?
As opposed to the 270 constituencies.
As opposed to the constituencies under Article 88.
Okay. I think I put my mind a lot on the 270 constituencies as opposed to the counties.
Our constituency is 270 in Kenya.
Sorry?
Our constituency is 270.
No, I'm saying the counties, the constituencies.
They are 270.
The constituencies, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's what the Constitution says, that of course in reviewing, they don't need to be more than that. And that's why I'm saying, Madam Caroline, I think I put my effort much on the constituencies as opposed to the county. Yeah.
Okay, so take us through the procedure for review of the county boundaries.
No, and that's why I told you that I put most of my energy on the constituencies and not on the county. Yeah, but of course I'll be alive to that in case it falls on my desk. Yes, it's okay.
Let's come to what you the mandate to review constituencies and ward. Article 89 has set out the criteria. You can help us with that criteria?
Yes, the criteria, of course, again, as I had said, is the one partaken by either IEBC or which, once you look at the counties, the constituencies, and the criteria will be on the question of the population size, the population quota. And once then it falls within the threshold of a population quota to be reviewed, then in IEBC will proceed to undertake that exercise. In undertaking then that exercise, it is critical that public participation must be taken into consideration, especially for of course, the affected people, and also equally public participation at the point of the representatives. That becomes the parliament. And once that has been taken, and then you will go and now proceed with the delimitation of the boundaries. Once you delimit, you're supposed to publish then what has been what IEBC has come out with after the first process. After publication, both, of course, in the media and places that people can access, again, IEBC has to go to Parliament and present that report. Upon then approval, then it will be gazetted and it will come to then as into being.
All right, thank you very much for that. And I am just following up. One of the things that is pending right now within the IBC's mandate is the boundaries delimitation of constituencies and wards. Should you become successful, are you aware of any court decisions that have sought to clarify the role of the IBC in that process? And what are these principles the court set out that you would seek to apply?
Yes, I'm aware of the decisions that arose actually from the 2013, which was the 2013 delimitation process that the Court of Appeal decided on the question of the delimitation of that process. And of course, one of it is that it is a people-centered process, so that in the delimitation, of course, IEBC acts as the experts guiding a people-driven process, so that the views of the people should be considered in arriving at that position. That is one of the criteria that I remember.
Thank you very much. I expected you to give us a citation, but it's fine.
The citation of the case?
Yes.
You know, when you're preparing for the interview, so many things juggle up.
All right. Thank you very much.
But I know it was before the presiding judge, that was Nyamoya then, the 5 bench that had that decision. But when you come here in the morning, of course, there are things that stick and others. Yeah,
okay, understood. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Madam Koki, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Wakili.
Yes, Dr.
Please tell the panel and Kenyans who are watching you 3 ways or methods through which citizens can be disenfranchised or be prevented from participating in elections and electoral processes.
Thank you, Dr. 3 ways in which the Kenyan citizens can be defranchised. First of all is in the question of the registration of voters. If IEBC then does not give the opportunity to Kenyans to come out and register, then that becomes one of the ways in which citizens can be disenfranchised. Secondly, also, citizens can also be disenfranchised in not having the body that is supposed to do that process, IEBC, in place. So that when some of the things cannot be done, then in that place, they'll be disenfranchised. Equally also, for example, now, the documents that you use to identify yourself as a voter, as somebody who has attained the age, that becomes then the passport or the national ID. In my considered view, and then the absence of that document to be registered, then you'll be disenfranchised in that respect.
Thank you. Let's take the example, the one method that you said, that citizens can be disenfranchised by IEBC not registering them as voters. How does that come about?
Oh, sorry, my apologies if my explanation never came out clearly. What I mean is...
That's okay. Okay. It's a follow-up question.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dr. And, my view in that is this. Remember, we must have points at which people have to come and register. And also the technology, the KIMS kits, so that if then IEBC does not consider the whole, you have to give these resources to everybody, to places where people can register. If you concentrate in one area, then in my considered view, another area would be disenfranchised. That's what I meant.
Okay. Let's say those KIMS kits failed. For example, reports indicate that failures in KIMS kit is 15%, or 15% of the KIMS kits fail. How would you future-proof election technology, not just the KIMS kit, but all election technology, while maintaining manual safeguards if you are nominated as a member of IEBC?
Sorry, I didn't get your question clear. What would I safeguard?
I'm just following up on your mentioning of KIMS kit, and I'm just saying that in 2022, for example, during the election, the failure of Kim's kit was capped at 15%. And I'm saying that it doesn't only affect Kim's kit, it affects other technology. So when if you become a member and you are called upon as a member of the commission to safeguard the failure of this technology, what strategies or what will you do?
Okay, thank you, Dr. Looking at also the report on if I might call the audits after the 2022 elections, of course, several proposals were put in place, and I think also IEBC had put in place, for example, the alphanumeric, the facial options, the alphanumeric. So that's, Dr. My point would be this. First of all, we have to look at what has been done. And secondly, then the reform to what has been proposed, and now actually the reality that we have. It is from that then that would pursue to enhance the technology in that respect. For example, one of the other recommendations that was put was the separation of the system, the electoral system that is used for transmission with vis-a-vis the IEBC internal system, so that from that audit then would be informed of where we are at and what we need to do, Dr.
Thank you very much, Wakili, and I wish you all the best. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you. I come to FCPA. Tanwi, please, FCPA.
Thank you, Chair. Melissa, IEBC has been experiencing late amendments of election laws in the country, which come about just before the conduct of the general elections. We've also had the courts making judgments up to the eve of the election. So what are the challenges that arises from those two aspects of late amendments of the election laws and court pronouncements on the eve of the elections in the conduct of elections? And if given an opportunity as a commissioner, how do you address those concerns and those two issues? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, FCPA Koech. On the effect of the court pronouncements and the late amendments, is it actually may go to the roots of IEBC's mandates to conduct the election. For example, in 2022, there was a decision from the High Court that required then the use of the manual register, and it came out very late in the time. So it can disorganize IEBC to conduct a free, fair, credible election that meets the constitutional litmus test. Hence, it is a challenge because then it goes to the core of your mandate. Equally also on the question of the late amendments. An amendment can throw the electoral body into a mode of disorganization. In my considered view, what could be done is this, FCPA. The conduct of the elections, in the success of elections, IEBC being the referee, you got a lot of stakeholders that are involved. Hence, the question of stakeholder management, in my considered view, plays a crucial and central role in and then trying to manage that those situations. Because then, for example, our judiciary, you could then partner with them, ask then the judiciary to give you the people who will be listening to this, affected with this, and you take through people towards to understand the election process. Sometimes these decisions actually do not come out on malice, in my considered view. It is just that somebody may not understand what it takes for it to come out at that point. So my approach, one of them would be stakeholder engagement and involvement, just telling these parties the processes, the stories, the goodwill. It is not that IEBC does not want these amendments or this law or the court too, because we have distinctive roles, but we coexist for the better of Kenyans. So for me, if people are informed, it might change their perspective. Thank you.
Thank you. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Evans Misati, please.
Thanks so much, Chair. Marisa, I also want to ask you a question related to the Parliament. In our current Parliament, we have 349 members of Parliament. Given that we have 290 constituencies in Kenya, where does, which constituents does the others represent?
Thank you, Mr. Misati. They represent the special seats. We have then the nominations on special seats to fill the youth, people with living with disability, and women in that respect.
349 minus the youth. How many youths and who are the others? If you can account for them, please.
If I can account for them, we have the youth in that category. We have, of course, persons living with disability. Then we have also have the allocations arising from the number of elective seats that that a specific political party has garnered. Then we have the list that is submitted to IEBC, and then from there will be now appointed based on the strength of the people.
How many are they?
I can't say on the number, but I know it accounts within that group.
So if you had, if I tell you the number is 12, so if you had with the 290 constituencies, that brings to 337. Who are the rest to constitute the parliament?
Yes, because we have the elected members, the ones who are elected. That is the first category. The second category arises from the special seats. Then we have the women representatives from the, the women representatives for each county.
Yes, thanks so much. So now let's go to another about the youth, about the voter apathy.
Yeah.
From where you sit, if you are given an opportunity and you're an IEBC commissioner, what measures will you put to ensure that voter apathy is actually done away with?
Sorry?
How will you reduce the issue of voter apathy?
Okay.
The number of people,
especially on the youth. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Misati. On the question of voter apathy, especially in the youth, I've had a chance to work with the youth, the Gen Zs, as people refer to them, and it is about discussion. You know, I had a group that when I asked them about the things that I thought were obvious, I realized that it was not obvious to them. And I was like, okay, this is another constituency that I'm dealing with. But after my engagement with them and after making them see the need why they should actually register as voters and cast their votes, I think their perspective shifted. So for me, it is having tailor-made messages and knowing your audience. Because Mr. Misati, if I go to my father, let me use my father who is 85 years old, and tell him about the things that he does not understand, then he will tell me, young girl, those things don't work for me. So for me, I think it is segregating your stakeholders and being deliberate to note that they do participate. Because even in the 2022 elections, if you look at the report, actually the youth constituted around 40% of the registered voters. So as registration, they registered. But did they see a reason why they should cast their vote?
Lastly, as a follow-up question, what are some of the things that, let's now go to the youth, what are some of the things they cite that make them not to vote? Some of the things that they say, these are some of the things that make us not to be registered as voters, or even when we are registered, they do not turn up to vote. What are some of the things?
Some of these things is that they say that, most of the things, the decisions, does not consider us. You get it? We are not considered. So they feel that when you elect the people you elect, they do not have time to attend to the issues of the youth. Yeah.
Thanks so much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Misati.
Thank you. I want to invite Fatuma to ask you some questions. Ms. Fatuma, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Madam Melissa, would you please tell the panel which key state and non-state actors should be part of the IEBC strategic stakeholders, and which policy tools should guide their identification and categorization?
Okay, thank you, Ms. Saman. One of the key then stakeholders, both the state and non-state. I'll start with the non-state, the civil societies. Those would be one of the key stakeholders that you must consider. When we come to the state parties, is the other complementing government institutions that are important. For example, the Media Council of Kenya becomes important. The Communication Authority of Kenya becomes also a very important stakeholder.
Which tool would you use to categorize?
Sorry.
Yeah, and
my apologies. You will have to map out your stakeholders. Then once you map out the stakeholders, you have a criteria for then enlisting them. Secondly, also now for you to have who participates, is there must be some form of accreditation in which they must then ascend to it and to agree to be bound by the criteria that you have set. And so accreditation becomes an important tool to then have them.
Thank you. That's the process. Which tools would you use to actually categorize them and identify them?
Maybe I'm not understanding the word tool, sorry. But
you've already identified a few. You've identified a few strategic stakeholders for the IEBC.
Yes.
Which tools would you use to categorize them and to also identify them?
Okay. Tools, maybe it's what they do. That would be one of the ways to then categorize them, the role that they will be playing within the process. And then now also to identify them in that, and now to accredit them, to have them within the system. Sorry, I might not be getting it.
I wish you well.
Yeah,
Thank you. I invite Nicodemus to ask you some questions, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Melissa,
Yes, Mr. Bore.
the IEBC oversees a substantial public funds. Like in this year's request, they requested for about 61 billion shillings. What strategies will you introduce to prevent misuse of these funds and uphold accountability in the Commission's financial management?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bore. One of the things then that would be critical in management of the finances is that, first of all, there is the accounting officer whom the BAC will stop at within the IEBC, and that becomes the chief executive officer. And then secondly, also as the commission, the members of the commission, is that you must approve a procurement policy. There must be a procurement policy in place, and also then the policy and what they need to procure within that time, and that it's in tandem with the budgets. Also looking at the budgets and the financial statements that would be presented to the Commission would also be a good stopgap measure, and of course strengthening the audit function of the Commission and ensuring that it is independent so that it can then deal with its work in that place. So having a procurement plan and policy in place, looking at reviewing the financial statements would be equally important, and then now also strengthening the audit function of the Commission. And then finally is also the Commission is required to present the financial statement to Parliament for purposes of accountability, and also looking at the reports from the Auditor General and appreciating whatever gaps that are there. The strengths that are there, you build them further. The gaps, and then you see how to minimize or completely then deal with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and all the best, Ngania.
Thank you, Mr. Bore.
I want to invite Professor to ask you some questions, Prof.
Thank you, Chair. Melissa Ekongania. Before I go to my questions, just a curiosity question.
Yes.
Rarely do we have an apostrophe in a name.
Oh, yeah.
What led to it?
What?
Having NG.
And apostrophe?
Yes, yeah. I'm just trying to understand how that came about.
Oh, it makes a whole difference. But where I went to school, they didn't have the provision of an apostrophe. Yeah. So it killed that, and people would say Ngania, but it's Ngania. So the apostrophe helps in the pronunciation of the name. Yes.
Very well, thank you. Very interesting. One of the issues that has bedeviled IEBC is a trust deficit, and therefore matters integrity to the Commission has become quite key. In your very young profession, as you grew up in your career, we saw you have confirmed here that you are serving under your mentors, and you know by now how Kenyans think politically, and that's where my first question comes in. That Kenyans have a way of saying the president's lawyer, and you saw one of the president's lawyer pulling out that I don't want to distract the process because people are already talking Do you think that having presented a president, a then sitting president, would affect how Kenyans judge you if you were a commissioner from where you sit?
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Prof, for that question. I'll answer it in two limbs. In fact, I'm privileged to have had that opportunity because, remember, this commission will tell you, yes, you are a lawyer, but tell us, what is it that you have that it makes you relevant for this job? So that gives me then the experience that is required to man this job. So that to me is a plus. Secondly, then is that, of course, I learned today morning that one person pulled out. Before I put my application, I had a meeting first with myself. Secondly, where I have told you the constituents of my constant constituency, that becomes my family that you go back to at the end of the day, and of course my mentors. And I can tell you this, I represented as a client. I never represented them in the office because they, together with the team that I worked with, came to us because of the services that we were able to handle. I've never had any personal relationship with him. I don't even know whether he remembers that I was part of that team. You know, when you finish your client's case, they'll walk and go. So for me, at a personal level, there's no nexus that would make me conflicted. And for the people of Kenya, the assurance is this. The way I'll carry myself in that office, then I'll be judged by that. And I can tell you, Prof, is that what guides me is the law, of course, the structures that are in place, and what is it that I need to do. And even serving in these boards, of course, sometimes brings that conflict where somebody tells you, you got to do this. And I'm like, no, this is what I need to. This is what I need to do. And that has kept me going. And I keep praying that it will keep me going.
Very well. At 40 years, a millennial, you have achieved so much. But just following on what you have said, at 40 years, between 1919 and 2024, serving in 3 boards, don't you think there are people there who are saying, whoa, Kenya, the land of political godfathers, she must have a political godfather?
Yes, of course. People will say, and actually, people are right to, you know, what somebody thinks, you cannot control what somebody thinks. But when you sit in that office, given then the opportunity to discharge your duties, then they will change. I'll tell you this. I've had a situation where I have been tested. And my principle, what guides me is this. First of all, is that somebody who will want to make me do that which is not right, then does not like me. Because if you tell me, Prof, to steal, I'll be caught and I'll go to court 1 and I'll go to prison. But the people who want me to succeed will support me and encourage me. So that is where I draw the line in the audience that come before me. I may be fired today, but tomorrow somebody else will see the good in me. But if I have an integrity issue, it will keep flagging all the way. Thank you.
My last question. If you are faced with pressure from a prominent political figure to interfere with the election, what steps would you take to maintain impartiality and ethical conduct?
Okay, first of all, I think being approached will not in any way deal with my question of partiality or impartiality, because then I would not be abridged to deal with that. But like, I'll give you an example of how I have dealt with such a situation before, and I hope to deal with it in the same respects. In one of the places that I served, there was a recruitment that was done. I didn't know that when it comes to recruitment is when you see people in their true colors, yes. So this group had done the recruitment because they were mandated to do the recruitment, did the recruitment, set the criteria, shortlisted, interviewed, came up with a list, and forwarded the same to the committee of the board that is responsible. The committee of the board approved that list, and now it was brought to the board. 7 o'clock in the morning, want to present. The very person says, no, 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 I want to change. I have a different list for this. And said, you know, once you delegate this opportunity, then I have the points. We said, no, we retain the supervisory position. And of course, of cutting the long story short, one of the persons approached me and my colleague, who is 2 years older than me, so we're in the same space. And this person told us that so-and-so, you know, called the big names. I received a call. They told me you're interfering with the CU's working, so you got to let this to pass. I asked the person, okay, you said you were called. You're telling us this other person will be called. So this person, when did they say they will call me and my colleague? Of course, kept quiet. I told them then, in that respect, it means that those instructions were meant for you as opposed to me. What am I saying is that personal judgment, first of all, is important. You know, the scenario, the circumstances, the personal judgment of a person is important. So that in holding such a position, I avoid falling even of being an alarmist when there's nothing, because it can cause chaos. And after going through this process, and if I find favor in this panel, then I believe that you have tested that I can have that personal judgment to first handle it before propelling, because some of these things, it becomes emotive, especially when it deals with IEBC. History has told us as much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and I believe you represent a generation that wants some change in the way we do our affairs, and therefore, thank you for that.
Yes, not really the change. It's just, let's just do the things that are supposed to be done. Because I believe even 10 years from now, we'll still have the rules, the regulations that govern. But what you're saying is, if you're in that position to provide service, just provide. You're not doing anybody a favor. Taxpayers' money is being expended on you. You must be accountable. And to whom much is given, much is expected. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've talked like a philosopher, and the chair, thank you.
Okay, Prof, you want to follow up with some short questions, please?
Sure. I take you to where you belong. Who is the youngest MP ever in Kenya? In other words, at the time they were elected, they've been the youngest in the history of Kenya. I'll give you a leakage.
I know her in a name that might not be formal, maybe. Toto?
I'm not saying the youngest in the current parliament.
Okay. Sorry, my apologies.
The youngest ever. And I was going to give you a leakage.
Please do.
I saw where you were going.
Please do. Thank you.
He was elected in 2017 as an independent candidate.
Mm-hmm. I think he came from the sides of Meru. I will give also a leakage to that extent, but I can't place the name, but I know he came from Meru. He said he had no car, and he was given a car.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll go to the second question on culture and languages. Name 2 African countries where Arabic is an official language.
Arabic. These brothers of ours who are light-skinned, but they're Africans.
30 seconds.
Pardon?
30 seconds remaining.
Professional in informing us and in making that I finally reach here with everything. So that would be my first. The second is, of course, to this selection panel. Thank you very much for according me the opportunity to present myself for the office of the IEBC, and I can only hope that I meet the favor to serve Kenyans in that capacity. Asante.
Thank you very much. We have your certificates with a gentleman you'll find at the door. So feel free, and blessings to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Notebook and the pen are yours. Oh, thank you. There was a member in the gallery. We appreciate you for coming. Thanks for being part of this process. Thank you. Asante. Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Nelson Makanda. I am the chair of this selection panel. And on behalf of this panel, allow me to thank you for showing interest in the advertised position of member of the IEBC, which Kenyans are very desirous that we fill up. And so thank you for offering yourself for it. Secondly, congratulations for being shortlisted for this position. We hope to interact with you on the basis of that shortlisting today. I want to invite my colleagues here to introduce themselves to you. Then after that, we will come back to yourself. Please, Linda.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
My name is Linda Kiome. I'm the Vice Chairperson. I take this opportunity to welcome you, for this interviewing session.
All right.
Bwana Abdi, habari ya leo?
Salama sana.
Naitwa Bwana Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa chopo hili la uteuzi na karibu.
Asante.
Abdi, good morning.
Morning.
Afternoon, actually. Caroline Kituko, a member of this panel.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mohammed.
Morning.
My name is Adam Solo, a member of this selection panel.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
My name is Nicodemus Bore. I'm a member of this panel.
Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam.
My name is Fatuma Ali, a member of the panel.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Abdi.
Good afternoon.
And welcome to our today's session. My name is Kokimuli Grinyo, and I'm a member of the panel.
Thank you.
Mohammed Abdullahi Abdi.
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
My name is Evans Misati. I'm coming to this interactive session.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Abdi, we come to you, and our desire is to get to know you, hear about your profile and those things that are significant for the role you have applied for. Also mention to us if you have received any honor or an award, and if you belong to any professional society. May you proceed, please.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Chair, distinguished members of this selection panel, first of all, I want to thank all of you for giving me this opportunity. My name is Mohammed Abdullahi Abdi, and I come from Mandera County, that's my home county, but I actually grew up in Nairobi. I'm one of the first generation people who had moved from Mandera. My grandfather and my great-grandfather were both policemen.
So do we treat you as Nairobi or as Mandera?
My home county is Mandera.
Thank you. Yes. Proceed.
Both my grandfather and great-grandfather were policemen, and my father was one of the first people to be educated. He worked as a civil servant in range management in the Ministry of Agriculture. That's how we ended up moving from Mandera to Mombasa to Nairobi, where my journey begins. I attended Kongoni Primary School just here in South Sea. It's a public school and a city council school. I finished my Kenya Certificate of Primary Education there. Immediately I finished there, I proceeded to Highway Secondary School, which is just across from here in South B. It was also a public school, just like any other normal school. And I ended up getting my Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education from there. That is when I reached my 18-year-old and I started looking for universities locally and abroad. I applied for a university in the United States and I was accepted in one of the best universities, actually the 10th best university, University of Wisconsin-Madison, in Madison, Wisconsin. I did 4 years there and I graduated with Global Economics, International Studies and Policy. I did not stop there, I proceeded with masters. I attended the University of Massachusetts in Boston, again in the United States, and I got my master's in economics. Finished there, I was accepted again in PhD program, in the doctorate, in policy in the same school, University of Massachusetts. I have not completed it, finished classes, but I did not do my thesis and dissertation. Hopefully, inshallah, I will do it after, in future. Now, whilst I was in University of Wisconsin, that's when I started working. I worked with a multicultural organization there, and we were dealing with STEM, which was a new thing, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Our role was to bring students who have never been to college first, and then to bring low-income students who have never gotten anything, and we were giving them scholarships through the universities. We went to high schools, to different areas to come and recruit them. Whilst I was working there, we opened up an organization called Towards Africa Without Borders with other African students. And part of this organization, which is still there till now, was to do two things in terms of policy. One was debt relief for Africa, and two is trade. Now, the senator of Wisconsin at that time was called Russ Feingold, and he was in charge of foreign affairs on trade, on African affairs. Luckily, he was the senator of Wisconsin. We invited them to 3 major conferences. 2 was held in University of Wisconsin-Madison. We invited over 24 African scholars from Africa, all over Africa, and the diaspora. And we conducted those conferences, and one was done in Durban, South Africa. That one I didn't attend, I already graduated. But our focus was trade. At that time, AGOA, this Africa Growth Opportunity Act, was being brought to the fold. And the idea was the United States to get access to African raw materials to be brought to America. But us, we're emphasizing on the market that Africans should be allowed to participate so that our exports can increase. We have always been having trade deficit in this country and most African countries, so our idea was to make sure that this entrepreneurial African people can be able to access to that market. The second thing was debt relief. Debt relief is very simple. We have loans. Until today, we are paying a large sum of loans to the International Monetary Fund and World Bank. And we are not even calling for debt reduction, we are calling for debt relief, because most of our African countries are spending a lot of money on that. Currently, right now, I work for Resource Development Associates as a consultant. We are based in 34 countries in the world, and I did strategic management with them, leadership development, leadership skills, and we work with international organizations, governments, civil societies, and so many other companies, even private companies. Now, previously, I have worked with APRM, Africa Peer Review Mechanism. This was the governance issue in regard to the new Partnership for African Development. And part of the pillars of the APRM was to have political governance and democracy. This was a self-assessment, a self-voluntary thing that African countries signed up so that people can collect views from the local people and then give those views to the AU, and then if the governments accept it, then they can be implemented. At that time, we had Grace Michelle, an eminent member of the panels, who was the head of that, and she was coming as an external reviewer, but then we had internal reviewer. My role there was to do country reviews. I went to Lamu, Mombasa, most of the coastal areas, Kilifi, and I collected data there, and I did research on that. I also worked during the promulgation of the Constitution of 2010 with the Transitional Authority. At that time, the counties were coming up, and they were looking for capacity building with the counties. The question of decentralization of power from the national government to the counties was the one which was being addressed. Can the counties be able to manage all these institutions that were being given there, and do they have the capacity to accommodate them? That's how we were working with them. Lastly, I want to say that I have also worked with IEBC in a different level. I was accredited through a non-governmental organization to be an observer. I have observed 3 elections in 2013, in the first election in 2017, again, when there was a repeat election after the Supreme Court nullified the elections, I did again be an observer, and in 2022. Honorable Chair, in brief, that's my education and skills of what I've been doing.
Thank you very much. I want to invite Linda to ask you some questions. Linda, please.
Sorry, thank you, Chairman. Mr. Mohammed, what experience in your career journey has prepared you for the purposes of this commission? What experiences have prepared you for the purposes of this commission?
I have a financial background in management with the company that I'm working with right now, Resource Development Associates. I've been doing a lot of financial audit of companies and under the company from different countries. I have also worked in governance with the APRM, Africa Peer Review Mechanism. Also under the civil society, I have conducted civic education. I have worked with them in even Mandera County, where I come from. We have gone to over 6 counties through a non-governmental organization, trying to make people do voter registration and civic education. And in those counties also, of course, we are being paid for that, but it is a role that I played in terms of the skills that have been coming out of here. And I've also been an observer with the IEBC. Now, I believe that I can bring a lot of skills in terms of financial management, because that's something I study and that's my skill, but also on the issue of governance, civic education, being an observer and monitoring the elections, I've been part of it.
Is there any experience you have had in your career journey that has tested your leadership skills and you have come out strongly? And if so, could you share that with this panel?
Yes, I remember in 2008 in the United States, we were asked to do a consulting firm, and I was a lead in that. There was a housing crisis in the United States in 2008. Now, with that housing crisis, we already knew what the problem was. So some of my colleagues were saying we should not go out and do the research. We can actually just go to the online and do the normal thing, you know, say this is what happened, this is what happened. We already knew the problem. But the consultancy itself said we have to actually go out there. You know, Massachusetts is divided into different cities. There is Lowell, there is Boston, there is New Hampshire, there's different places where you have to physically go to those people, send them messages, go and do online interviews, go to the banks and do it. So our colleagues, some of them said, hey, there's no reason we do it, we already have the question. So I said, no, we cannot do that. Because at the end of the result is I'm the lead person here. All this will fall back to me. We have to go physically, everybody to divide them. So because I was the lead, they agreed. So everybody went and did their part. After they did their part, we interviewed the banks. Of course, at that time, there was a lot of problems. The banks had given a lot of loans to people who are not even supposed to get loans. And we knew that was a problem. But then we gave our advisory opinion, and we submitted our consultancies. For me, if I wanted the easy way out, the answers were there. But I refused that because I know this thing can come back to me. And also, it's about integrity. We're being paid for that.
Thank you very much. I wish you the very best.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I want to ask Madam Caro to ask you some questions. Caroline, please.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Mohammed.
Yes.
Inclusiveness is one of the national values.
Yes.
And principles that guide good governance in this country.
Thank you.
How does the IBC ensure that it follows and adheres to this principle of inclusiveness when it is carrying out its mandate under Article 81 and 86 of the Constitution?
IBC does a lot. But inclusiveness is part and parcel of not only IBC, but the Constitution of Kenya. And they have to adhere to that. One of the issues I can mention is the issue of nomination. When parties, political parties, are nominating people and they are not doing the right thing in including marginalized people, women, youth, disabled, one of the places where, apart from the political parties, political parties tribunal, dispute tribunal, the first place they go to is the IEBC in terms of nomination. Secondly, you know, when elections are being conducted, we do have different political parties who are supposed to include women, minorities, disabled people in part of also their own when they are running, the 200, when they are running as MPs or senators or governors. Now the IEBC can talk with the political parties, you know, do like a stakeholder meeting with the political parties, with women groups, with other interested parties to ensure that this inclusiveness is there.
Okay. Sorry, without seem like I am cutting you, just for the interest of time.
Yeah.
Would like to be very specific about how IBC itself, not how it influences other stakeholders, but how itself, in carrying out its own mandate, how does it ensure that there is inclusiveness?
IBC itself?
Yes, when it is carrying out its specific mandate, its work.
Okay. The issue of voter education, IEBC does conduct voter education in different constituencies, in different counties. Now, when IEBC conducts this voter education and civic education, they have to include the different people who have been left aside. For example, the youth have a voter apathy. IEBC can, through the social media, ensure that they can reach out the youth. Today, you cannot do without the social media. We have LinkedIn, we have all this TikTok and all that. We have two ways to do things. There is a traditional way of doing voter education and voter registration. But we also have to bring up the modern technology way of doing it. Today, I just know that you have talked this before, M-Pesa and ATM, they're doing very well in this country. They can go to any county, any village, under a tree, you get it. There is a way that IBC can use the technology by bringing up more IT people into the field to ensure that some of these youths who probably might not be going to that traditional ways of having barazas and conferences can be included in that. Now, whilst we are doing that, there are also people who are not having technology. We can still maintain that traditional way of doing it. And for me, where I come from, like in Mandera, the distance from one area to another is very far away. You might even miss people when you talk about inclusiveness. Even the people who are not even women and youth and others, they might not be reached. So how do you do that? You have to go to the traditional way of doing it. At the same time, I also encourage the phones, the IT systems, and all that to be brought in. We have the AI today. Technology is at its best. Yeah.
So how does the IBC ensure the inclusivity of the, for example, persons with disabilities, the marginalized communities? You've spoken extensively about the youth,
yes.
And women. Yeah. So take us through accommodating persons with disability and the marginalized communities.
Okay, for a long time.
And the most vulnerable, the women and children, for if needs be.
For a long time, we have not been able to work with these kind of groups of people because they have been marginalized for a long time. When you say persons with disabilities, they're also part of the marginalization of this country. For me, we can work with organizations that are dealing with those kind of society. For example, we have a lot of society in this country who are straight working with the persons with disability. They are working with women groups. We can invite them as stakeholders, work with them, see how we can go to the counties and do it. Apart from what I said about IT, we can also go to vernacular languages in radios and all that and try to bring them on board. You see, when we are targeting different groups, we have to know how we are targeting them. If I have my grandfather in Elwak in Mandera County, he might not understand what IT I'm talking about. But there's a way through the vernacular when they throw something there and say, hey, these guys have voter registration, you're a governor, this is where your democracy begins, the heart of democracy, the governance. Then you can understand it in the local languages. Even women, there's a way to talk to them. There's a way to the IEBC to, but all this, first of all, needs resources, and it needs to be done earlier than what we are doing in 2 months and 3 months.
Any thoughts on the persons with disabilities?
The person with disabilities, my best bet I will go with is their societies and organizations where we can approach them earlier than normal times. And then we can also look at different counties where we have our officials and ask them where most of the persons with disabilities are residing and try to reach out to them.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Cookie.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Abdi, it appears like very little is known of how IEBC resolves disputes that arise from its implementing the processes, the electoral cycle activities and processes. If you are fortunate to join the IEBC as a member, how would you ensure that this process is transparent, it's trusted, and stakeholders have confidence in it?
The elections have a lot of disputes. If we can start with primary, before we even talk about the IEBC, because sometimes we start with free and fair when it comes to IEBC with constituencies and counties. When you go back, the political parties are first having the elections locally for the governors, for the senators, for the MPs. Now, there's a lot of disputes that come out from that. Before these disputes...
Sorry to interrupt. Please confine yourself
to IEBC.
To IEBC and how you can improve that process to have transparency, for it to be more trusted, and for stakeholders to have confidence in that process, because you are applying to join the IEBC. So when you get there, yes, how will you open this process?
Okay. The disputes that arise from the parties who are running for elections, the IEBC, first of all, has to do a thorough investigation of what is happening to the candidates or to the people who are bringing those disputes to the table. The first thing is we have an Elections Act and the Constitution of 2010, which guides us on what to do when these disputes come there. But as the disputes are coming, there are a lot of people who might be unfairly targeted by the parties where they're running. Maybe somebody is not in good terms with the Secretary General, others, and it's been brought to the IEBC. The IEBC needs to thoroughly investigate it. They need to have investigations done on that. Then they need to have a claims report. They take also the questions of the parties, what they're doing, and then come up with solutions on how to do it. One of the things that you have talked about is the issue of transparency. Before even the elections are done, we have to open up to all stakeholders, including the political parties, to come and see how we do the dispute management amongst us.
Does IEBC resolve disputes that arise from political parties' internal processes?
The only thing IEBC does internally is in terms of nomination.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Abdi, and all the best. Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you. I want to ask FCPA to also engage the candidate.
Thank you, Chair. Bwana Abdullahi.
Yes.
IEBC, like any other Chapter 15 commission, have jurisdiction over limited subject matter, like IEBC is for elections and boundaries.
Yes.
Other commissions are for revenue collection, others for human rights. So even within IEBC, as we recruit these commissioners, we are also looking at specific skills that the commissioners will bring on board. Yes. The way IEBC now is limited to elections and boundaries. So, Bwana Abdullahi,
Yes.
what skill that when we put you as one of the 7 commissioners, or the 6 commissioners excluding the chair, what is this skill that we think Bwana Abdullahi will be bringing on board to IEBC?
I bring about 2 major skills, apart from others that I have got experience in. One is governance, and the second one is financial skills. I have dealt with a lot of financial management and in procurement books with the companies. Where there's a big problem in procurement if we don't have a thorough vetting of what is going on there. I know that sometimes when companies do things, they do single sourcing for some products. And my belief is that apart from something that cannot be found from anywhere else, we should be able to allow other companies to get involved. And there should be an open space for people to know what is being done in procurement. For example, when we were doing our activities with the Resource Development Associates, we were covering consultancies for companies who wanted to know how their procurement was doing. So we were giving them a rating of this is not the way to go.
Now, under the current arrangement,
yes,
procurement is a function of the Secretariat.
Yes.
So how will you be using those skills as a commissioner?
You are part of the policy making. You are not going to be involved in direct procurement, but you can advise as a policy that you feel this is good, this is not good, without, you have to, the thing is that you have to differentiate the roles of the commissioners as policy makers and the secretary as the one who are running the affairs of the IEBC. But at the same time, there are issues that are going to be brought to the commissioners. For example, they want to use the budget of the IEBC for doing something. I believe that as policymakers, we have to talk about that and talk to them also in terms of doing the cohesion with them and then advise them on what to do. And secondly, I want to bring also the issue of governance. I have covered a lot of different companies. I've worked with different international organizations. I've worked with IEBC itself. I want to bring those skills from abroad and locally to the IEBC.
Thank you. So lastly, we are aware, it's in the public domain in terms of disputes that arises in IEBC. Mm-hmm. Some of them related to procurement, others are governance. Mm-hmm. So how, as a commissioner, how would you mitigate those internal wrangles or disputes? And what measures will you put in place to ensure that they don't recur and affect the operations of IEBC?
The first thing I will do is, first of all, we have to clarify the roles of both the IEBC policymakers, led by the chairman and the commissioners, and the secretariat, which is led by the CEO of the IEBC. Now, for me, what I will do is, first of all, as policymakers, I look myself as a national oversight board of the IEBC, not necessarily the CEO running things. So when it comes to the issues of procurement, it is not our business to go and procure things for IEBC. It is not our business to go and buy anything in terms of money or anything. Our job is to look at the budget. When we see the budget, as policymakers, as the National Oversight Board, does this make sense? Does this not make sense? The secondly is the issue of procurement. Procurement, most of the time, from what I have been working, single sourcing is the worst thing you can ever do, because single sourcing can give people leeway to do what they want. But if, in case, we don't have any other company doing, and this is one of the most modern equipment, then we don't have a choice but to agree on that. And that question also comes with costs. Can we afford it? So yes, the issue of conflict has been there. We've seen the Chiloba-Chebukati conflict before on those issues that have been mentioned in the public. For me, there's an adherence to the law, the Constitution, and the IEBC Act and the Code of Ethics. All of them talk about these things and where our line draws. If we cannot understand each other, we also have legal advisors who can get, they can go to court and get an understanding of what is the difference of that. We can also communicate amongst ourselves and see what we can do.
Thank you, and I wish you well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I want to invite Misari to ask you some questions.
Thanks so much, Chair. Mohammed, you have just mentioned about the conflicts.
Yes.
And I don't want to mention names. I just want to ask you that in some cases,
yes,
we have had some CEOs which have had a very good relationship with the chair or the commissioners,
yes,
and in some other cases, a very stormy relationship.
Yes.
So what do you attribute that to? Is it an issue of personality or an institutional infrastructure?
First of all, we are human beings. And human beings, we can be very good friends, we can work together, or we can also disagree with a lot of things. Maybe they're personality issues, maybe they're not. But for me, once people come together for a job, there's something to be done here. We have to do that job. Now, these conflicts we are talking about, can it be avoidable? Yes and no. Yes, it can be avoidable if we have cohesion, team building, we understand each other. We can even quarrel in private, but come to an understanding of what needs to be implemented. If we cannot, then we can take our time slowly to try to implement them. You cannot know what happened because you're not part of that body, because even with the last election, there was the Cherera 4 and Chebukati plus 2, Chebukati 3 plus 1 with the CEO. So that's like you are implementing the CEO being with the chairman. Things can happen. It's an unfortunate incident that's going to happen. But the first thing that the IEBC, I believe these commissioners, if they come in, is to look at the past analysis and do a SWOT analysis, strength, weakness, opportunities, an internal audit of what happened before, so you can learn from that and move forward. And also, those who are coming in, you don't know if whatever has happened can be documented for future commissioners. We should not have just a commission that after it's done, it's done. We should have a long-term, whether we are succeeding or we are failing.
Thanks so much. So how will you, if you are given an opportunity and you are a commissioner,
yes,
how will you address those challenges, particularly on issues of accountability and exercising the responsibility, given that the public out here, it's the commissioners who are accountable, not even the secretariat. So how do you exercise that accountability? Through which systems?
The commissioners, the head of the IEBC is the chair of the IEBC. So a lot of backstops with him, and then the commissioners who are coming next with him. In terms of accountability, every institution has procedures on how to account for things. The only problem is when we become too private and we limit access to everything to ourselves, then questions start coming about. My idea is the issue of accountability should be when we have agreed on something, we can give the public to know even what we have agreed on, because we do have a trust deficit in our own IEBC. And you need to do more than what we're actually doing to convince people that there is nothing going on here.
You're talking about communication,
yes,
but in my view, I wanted you to address it from the point of view of subcommittees.
Yes, there's different subcommittees I know of IEBC. They have the finance committee, which deals a lot about the procurement. They have the communication. They have different subcommittees on that. For me, I will say that the first thing we can do is to have team building amongst ourselves, and then come up with strategies on how to tackle some of these issues in relation to accountability and communication and all that.
Thanks so much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to ask Ms. Fatuma Saman to ask you some questions. Fatuma, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mohammed,
yes,
please tell the panel what policy interventions should the IEBC adapt to institutionalize youth and women participation across the electoral cycle, the entire cycle.
Okay.
Yeah. What policy interventions should the IEBC adapt to institutionalize youth and women participation across the electoral cycle?
One of the most important thing about the youth is we are tech savvy today. We are IT, most of us. So the policy that I will actually implement with IEBC is to bring both the civic education and the voter registration through technologies. We have right now a lot of people on social media. Worldwide, we have 5 billion people in social media. This is one of the most important tools. The Gen Z today are part of that social media. And before we even talk about the policy itself, one of the most important things is for them to be registered as voters. And for them to be registered as voters, also they need ID cards and passports. So we have to encourage them, through even IEBC, to go out there and get their passports, get their IDs, so that they can register as voters. We can do send text messages to different phones, and it's accessible all over the country to different people, not only the youth and the women, but to everybody, but at the same time targeting them because they do that. There are social media where the youth go every day, and they look for this kind of systems. We can target it by advertisement. And for women, we can look at women organizations and encourage them to work with us collectively on voter education and voter registration. With the youth, again, we can make sure that everywhere where IDs are being given, we do have an IEBC office there. Whenever somebody is given an ID, you can ask them, just like in US when people are given a driver's license, do you want to register to vote? If they're in a hurry, we can have a website where they can go and then register to vote. We can actually make a website where it is easy for you to register to vote than to go where you're supposed to be. Only you need to download your ID number for you to be given that. So the most important critical part for the youth is the social media. Of course, we do have people in villages and in other areas. We can do the traditional way, which we have been doing before. And voter registration should not only be done only on the last few months before the elections. Immediately, if commissioners can be sworn in, then they can start the job of voter registration as early as possible.
Okay, all that, all those activities,
Yes.
What policy intervention would you anchor them on?
Or the policy intervention that I will anchor them on, I will actually use the issue of the heart of democracy starts with voting. And according to the Constitution, it says that it is them who are going to elect directly the people to represent them. So the policy intervention I will do is to make sure that every IEBC office in the whole country has youth representatives in their offices. Even here, we can actually employ more youth bloggers to do this kind of system. And for me, it is to bring them on board so that they can be part of this organization.
Thank you very much. I wish you well.
Thank you.
Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. I want to ask Nicodemus to ask some questions. Nicodemus, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I was happy when you said we, the youth.
Yes.
And looking at your age.
Yes.
You have expanded the bracket of youth.
It depends. I am the middleman. I have been brought up by the older generation in terms of my teachers, my parents, and everything. I know they've gone through a lot. They've done a lot for this country. Today we're talking about a constitution. I'm sure.
I wasn't.
Yes, I know. I'm coming there, so, but I understand also the expectations of the Gen Zs, my younger brothers and sisters.
The constitution, the youth.
But I'm not in the youth bracket. I'm a little bit older than that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm near to the. I'm Gen X.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, what approaches will you use to foster and maintain culture of integrity within IEBC, both among its staff and the members of the Commission, while also including the external stakeholders, given a chance?
Integrity is the most important issue. If I could give you an example, in 2002, when the elections were conducted in Kenya, everybody believed it is a free and fair elections. Why was it free and fair? It was credible, it was transparent, and there was integrity in how it was done. This was the first time the ruling party of a country conceded defeat, and the presidential candidate at that time, who was in the ruling party, conceded defeat. In Time magazine, I remember in 2002, they mentioned that Kenya was one of the most optimistic countries in the world, meaning that there was a lot of expectation, people were happy, and all this started because of the elections, not because of change of the economy or that, because of the elections. Why? Because there was integrity. It was done in a good way. People accepted the results, and it was done. For me, one of the issues of integrity has to be how we conduct our elections. My first advice is, let's use a modern kind of technology. I can give you a very good example. Recently in Somaliland, there was an election that was held. When they came for voter registration, they had the iris system. You just put your eyes there, the elections officials put everything there, your ID card, everything. Nothing else is done, everything is done, you go home. During the time of elections, when you come and put your eyes there, your ballot paper comes out of the machine. So like we have 700 polling stations, that polling station will have the 700 names that were registered there or wherever it was registered. Then they go and then they vote, they put that in an electronic system. Now how do they do it? Let's assume by 2 p.m., 450 people have voted. Presidential candidate A has 200 here, presidential candidate B has 250. You don't have to wait for 5 p.m. We already know this one has 200. It's already been tabulated, 250. By 5 p.m., everything is done. Maybe if people were in the line and they passed 5 p.m., everything was tabulated. Now, Kenya is an advanced economically country. We have been talking about M-Pesa and all this. It's a very simple system. It's even better system than what we are doing. It's even cheaper. You know, right now with our ballot boxes, we have a counterfold, we have a serial number, a color-coded thing. Last time in 2022, I remember they added the deputy presidential candidate to the presidential candidate of his team, so as to show more. So we do all these things. I even heard that our ballot boxes, our ballot papers are more secure than money. So this shows you how much trust deficit we have. So why don't we adopt a technology that goes fast? Maybe in future we can even go with the smartphones when everybody moves to it. But this is a very simple system, very quick system. Let's adopt it. Secondly, we need to demystify this notion of Bomas of Kenya. The most interesting part is when we are announcing the elections, we bring presidential candidate A, presidential candidate P, the chair, everybody to come there. While we have agreed in law that the polling station are the final results. Now, what if something happens to one candidate? Isn't it a national security problem for us? What if something happens to the chair? So let's demystify the National Tallying Center in Bomas. Let's have the stakeholders being there. Let's have the observers be there. Even the chairman and the secretary general of political parties to be there. But the presidential candidates, just like in America, Trump was in New York, in East Coast, and former Vice President Kamala Harris was in California. East Coast, West Coast, in their headquarters, nobody was close to each other. And it was more emotive this time than any other time, even in the United States, more than us. So for the sake of our own, we can do that. The other thing is recently in Nigeria, when they were conducting elections, we had the returning officer being vice chancellor. Why do we always, I have no problem with the returning officer and presiding officers who have done a very good job with low wages and everything in the past elections. But why don't we give people who are eminent in our societies to serve? Some of them don't even want to be paid. They just want to serve the country. We, just like I was telling you in APRM, Gressa Michelle is serving. She was not even being paid. She's just doing it for the continent. We can have people like that, professors, people, respectable people, to be returning officers and presiding officers. So I believe integrity will come when people believe that what we are doing is right, and we can show them. And we have done it before. We can do it again through different means.
Thank you very much, and all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to invite Professor to ask you some questions. Prof, please.
Banabdi.
Yes.
I'm not sure if it's me who never heard you clearly.
Yes.
But when you are answering panelist Bore with your smart technology.
Yes.
Did you say that as people are voting, it is tabulating candidate A has gotten this and candidate B has gotten this?
Yes.
Don't you think, and who is seeing that result?
The election officials. And the president lost.
Don't you think that's the most dangerous thing that you can have ever? Because some people are still in the queue, and this election official already knows who is winning.
Let me try to explain a little bit from what I understood. In our polling station, we have 700 people.
Yes.
Now, when we have voter registration, let's assume in that polling station there are 500 people.
Yes.
Now, that 500 people, I get your question, but it is easy to monitor the computers because even the presidential candidates have agents there. Political parties have agents there. I understand your question, but for me, why do we have to wait for tallying? Because the more we wait, the more problems come.
No. You see, that simple technology of yours.
Yes.
Can't you see?
Did he say it was his or it was Somaliland?
It is Somaliland. It's just an example.
Okay.
Yes, I'm just saying that we should move to the Irish system.
That Somaliland technology.
Yes.
Can't it be worked on in a way that it only shows the tabulation after the booth is closed? Because you can't be showing results when then it's not a free and fair election, because some people will get influenced by how the vote is going. So I hear what you want.
Yes.
But it can only be, as you clearly stated,
yes,
it can only bring out that result after that polling station has closed. It can't be showing results while other people are voting. Then
that's also a good observation. We can use the Irish system and then tabulate it at the end at 5 p.m., but it'll be faster.
Okay.
Yes.
Now,
it's also a good suggestion.
You are aware that if you are to become a commissioner,
yes,
you'll be making decisions under pressure, as you correctly already stated, what happens in bombers and so on.
Yes.
My question, therefore, is elections can be tense and the pressure can mount quickly.
Yes.
You've told us about your experiences both in governance and management.
Yes.
Tell us about, if at all there is any, a time in your career when you had to make a tough call in a high pressure situation. What guided your decision making, and how did you ensure you remained fair and professional?
Well, most of the time we are under pressure as consultants. When we go to companies, they give us a timeline. Sometimes the timeline that we are given is not enough even to cover what we are supposed to do. Believe it or not, when we have clients who are actually paying a lot to the company, we have to do a lot and work sometimes 16 to 18 hours a day. We might be given a holiday after 3 months for like a week, But we end up, there's no Sunday, there's no Saturday, and for me, sometimes I'll just go to the mosque on Friday and come back. We have pressure and pressure and pressure from the CEO to the down. Even the CEO is under pressure. And these companies, they are not going to wait for you because it's about their money, and they're giving you money to do it. Now, with IEBC, I know we have timelines. Whoever comes in as a commissioner, you have 2 years left or so to do the elections. The issue of delimitation of boundaries has not been done. It was supposed to be done between 8 and 12 years, which is 2020 and 2024. It's passed. It has to be done, whether it's done now or after, but it has to be done. And immediately, if delimitation is done, according to the laws, it cannot count in 2027 if it's a 1-year timeline. This is all pressure. But once you decide to go into a job, you should be prepared for all and everything. You applied for it, and you have to take the pressures. There's a time that we had a timeline of 7 days. That work, normally, with the normal people, it will have taken us 21 days. This was a big company, a sizable company that was dealing with cylinders, covering the whole of America, or the whole of North America, and the whole of Europe. Our job was to make sure that that thing is done within 7 days. So our staff was increased. We were under pressure. We were doing it at home. We were doing it there. We were doing it in our laptops, everything. We managed to do it. Not to the perfection that I might want it, but they were happy with it. So that is the time I was really under pressure, to the extent that I said, okay, now what do we do? Do we go 24 hours and not sleep? But it's something that to think about.
My last question in this segment.
Yes.
Imagine Mohammed Abdullahi Abdi is a commissioner.
Yes.
The IEBC has just announced disputed results.
Yes.
And tensions are high in the country.
Yes.
What steps would Mohammed Abdullahi Abdi take to manage the situation, to protect the institution's credibility, and maintain public trust? I say this in hindsight on what the late Commissioner Kivuitu did under pressure. I say this with what the late Chebukati and the Cherera Ford did under pressure. You know what it did to the country.
Yes.
And to the IEBC as an institution.
Yes.
So let us hear what Mohammed Abdullahi Abdi is made of, what he would do.
You know, when the issue of public trust, before we even reach there, did we do what we're supposed to do first? Because if we had not done what we are supposed to do according to the law, then we will not be having those pressures. Kivitu's time was the time of EECK. And through the Kregler report, it talks about a lot of rigging, and there is no institution that was standing up for anything. There was nobody to answer. In terms of Cherera, it was a different time. It was during the time that IEBC has already been constituted. Now, for me, these are issues that when the commissioners come in, should start to discuss before it is too late. The first thing is, what do we learn of what happened in 2002, 2007, 2013, 2017 election, which was nullified by the Supreme Court, and why was it nullified? We can study those things. 2022, what was wrong? And 2027, what can we do? The best election we can have is if both political parties agree one has lost, the other one has won. And the only way for them to agree is, again, the issue of integrity that was being asked, and the issue of public trust has to be there. For me, the policy making should be about the people. What is it that we can give the people to trust us that we can do what is right? And there's nothing more important than transparency, openness, allowing all to come. Politicians are politicians. They want to win. We can allow them as stakeholders, but we don't follow what they tell us. We don't want a political interference because this thing is going to affect not only the credibility of the IEBC, but the credibility of the commissioners themselves. So here you are destroying your career, destroying your name, whether you are part of it or not. So for me, the early arrangement is the most important thing. And the earlier we say this is how the elections are going to be conducted, and that's why I'm bringing up the issues of the iris system and all this demystifying the tallying center, and come up with ways to do the right thing. From the time we are registering voters, to the time the elections are being done, to the transmission of results, there has to be an open system that everybody can see. That's the only way. It's only when the public believes that you're doing the right thing that you'll get what you need to do.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Prof. Do you have some two final short questions, please?
Sure. Abdi, you've told us that you have worked with the African peer review mechanism.
Yes.
When was it initiated as a special agency of the African Union, and when was it established?
The APRM?
Yes.
I believe it was in 2003.
I've talked of two things, initiation and establishment. Which one is which?
Establishment was earlier. Initiated was in 2003. Establishment was in 2000, I believe.
Okay, my last question under this segment is the LAPSET corridor program is part of the Kenya Vision 2030 strategy.
Yes.
Which countries are covered under the program's development initiatives?
Which countries?
Are covered under the program's development initiatives?
Kenya is 1, Ethiopia is 2, South Sudan is 3.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Abdullahi, for your time. Thank you. You have helped us learn a bit more about yourself, but also about our electoral processes. And we want to thank you for that. We've come to the end, but before then, do you have a question or a comment to make? Kindly, in a minute or so.
Well, Honorable Chair and distinguished members of this selection panel, mine is just to thank you for choosing me amongst the thousands. I pray and hope that you will consider me as one of the commissioners. Having said that, again, I say thank you for having me here.
Thank you very much. The notebook and the pen is yours, and even the bottle of water. There's a gentleman at the door who brought you in. He has your certificates and documents. He'll give them back to you. Thank you very much, and we appreciate it. Thank you. Okay, yes, and there is a community behind there. We appreciate you for coming. Thank you very, very much for being part of the gallery today. Thank you. Members of media, we will break now and resume at 2:45 for our afternoon session, and we shall have 2 candidates at that time. Please, thank you. You can pull down your gadgets, and let's see you at lunch. Thank you very much. Okay, you can bring in our candidate, please. Yes, Mohammed, welcome.
Thank you. Can I sit?
This is Mohammed Dagane.
Thank you.
Please sit. Kindly sit. Kindly sit. Yes, thank you. My name is Nelson Makanda, and I'm the chair of this selection panel. Allow me to thank you for noticing our advert, putting in your application, because we advertised on behalf of Kenyans who are seeking to recruit commissioners for IEBC, and so that you noticed and responded, we thank you. But also congratulations for being shortlisted for the same position, and that's why you are here today. I want to invite my colleagues here to introduce themselves to you. You have a notebook and a pen and some water. Use whichever you wish to use at whatever time, but feel welcome. Linda, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Dagane.
Good afternoon, Madam Linda.
My name is Linda Kiome, and I take this opportunity to welcome you for this interview session. Karibu sana.
Thank you so much.
Bwana Dagane.
Yes,
CSCs wanaitwanga waheshimiwa.
It's relative.
It's relative, eh?
Yeah.
So karibu, mi naitwa Bwana Andrew Tanu, mwanachama wa jopo hili la uteuzi, na karibu.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Ndagane, Caroline Kituko, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Caroline.
Good afternoon, Mohammed. Adam Solo, a member of this selection panel.
Thank you, Professor.
Dagane, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Nicodemus Bore, na karibu sana.
Thank you, Bwana Bore.
Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
My name is Fatuma Ali Salman, a member of the panel. Please feel welcome.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dagane, na karibu sana. My name is Koki Muli Grinyo, and I'm a member of the selection panel.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mohammed. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of this selection panel, and we welcome you.
Thank you, Bwana Evans.
Now, Mr. Dagane, we come back to you, and we desire to know you. Highlight those things that are in your profile that you think are critical for us to know. Indicate how they are related to the position you have applied for. If you have any honor or certificate of award, please mention that. And if you belong to any professional society or group, we will be interested to note that. Please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana Chairman. Thank you, my fellow Kenyans and panel members. In front of you is Mohammed Dagane. Mohammed Dagane was born in 1980. I'm a Kenyan. Mohammed is a journalist, a HR professional, and a governance public policy consultant. Mohammed has a master's in governance from Mount Kenya University, and I hold a degree, Bachelor of Science, Mass Communication. I also have a HR certification, and I have strategic leadership certificates, and I have also done a certificate course with AMREF on monitoring and evaluation. Currently, I'm working as a consultant with Transformative Consulting Company Limited. This is a company that is registered in Kenya, Somalia, Ethiopia, and also Southern Sudan. So basically, we consult on development programs, carry out research, stakeholders engagement. We work on programs, of course, development programs, research, and we work with a couple of organizations within the donor community. Key among them are UN institutions like IOM and, of course, UNICEF and FAO. We also work with FCDO, the Danish embassy, and government institutions. We work with the government of Somalia, government of Ethiopia, also, as we carry out development programs for them. Before that, I was working as County Executive Committee member in the City County of Nairobi for a period of 5 years. There, I held various dockets, particularly for the docket of roads, public works, and transport for a period of 4 years. I also worked in the Department of Health for a period of 1 year, and also in an acting capacity, I was once the CC in charge of water, environment, and energy. While I was at the county, allow me to mention two key important milestones that I was able to achieve. And I was particularly in charge of policy and strategic management within that particular docket. And while I was the roads department, I was able to steer the county, develop the county, Nairobi City County Transport Act of 2020. When I was at the health, I took great strides in also developing the County Community Health Act of 2019. While I was also at the county, I was one of the founding board members of the Nairobi Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, in acronyms known as NAMATA. This is a state institution where I'd worked, and I was among the pioneer board members. And there we were dealing, of course, when we talk about the metropolitan area, we are talking about the neighboring counties of Machakos, Kiambu, Murang'a, Kajiado, and Nairobi, that metropolitan area. Basically, our mandate was to come up with, of course, decongest the city and, of course, come up with a dedicated MRTS. Those are mass rapid transit corridors for public transport. And while I was in that particular board, I served in various committees, the committee of HR and administration. I also served in the committee of finance and general purpose, and I've also served as the technical and strategy committee as a member. So that particular period, I was able, we started from zero, and now NAMATA has 5 directorates. We were able to put up the strategy, making sure that the institution is well developed, and we were able to employ the necessary human resource and put them in place, and develop the necessary, of course, guiding documents, the HR document, the financial documents, the strategic plan, and of course, career guideline and staffing structure developed for the institution. When I left, NAMATA had 106 staff with 5 directorates. Before that, I worked with private and, I worked with various public institutions in the humanitarian and development sector. that time, I started as a logistics officer, sometimes back in the 2006, working on an emergency program, working with a local consortium then called Consortium of Cooperative Partners. And after that, I went to Save the Children and worked as a manager in charge of disaster risk reduction program then. And then I went to an organization, local organization called Resida, where I worked as a program officer, program manager through the ranks. When I left in 2007, it was as the position of coordinator, regional coordinator in charge of its programs in Somalia, in Ethiopia, and Kenya. So during that time, Resida was working as a small organization in one of the...
1 minute to summarize now.
Okay, thank you. That has given me an opportunity to take that organization from a small organization that was working in one particular sub-county to an organization that was working in a regional level, actually registered in 4 countries. After that, when I was working with Resida, there was also a program we worked under the Hunger Safety Net program. Hunger Safety Net program was a pilot program, basically targeting people on relief, on cash transfers. So that particular program that has been piloted in 4 counties that time has helped me to be able to, now is a ministry in the Ministry of Labor and social protection. So what started at that particular time as a pilot is now a national outfit.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to cut it there and ask Madam Linda, please. Madam Linda.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Mr. Dagane, what are your personal attributes that you intend to utilize in the event you're taken up as a member of the Commission and that will help you in the execution of your mandate?
Thank you, Madam Linda. My personal attributes, if I begin with, I'm someone who is straightforward, to the point, and honest about my engagement with anybody. The other attributes I bring on the table is a person who is has integrity, who is able to follow the law to the letter, which is basically fidelity to the law, and of course the existing laws, regulations, legal frameworks that exist. I'm also a person who is very good in engagement with others, basically who is has a robust understanding or knowledge about conflict resolution. I will be able to engage people, sit with them, and hear their viewpoint, and guide them on where we think is a common, denominator for us to engage and move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dagane. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. I want to invite Caroline Akitoko to ask some questions. Carol, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mohammed, the voter education is one of the mandate of the IEBC and Article 88 of the Constitution. Should you become successful and join the IEBC as a member, how would you propose IEBC to structure its voter education program in order to fulfill its constitutional mandate?
Thank you, Madam Caroline. As you said, voter education is one of the key mandates of IEBC. That IEBC is mandated to make sure that the citizen, the public, are really informed about their rights, how they are supposed to engage,
and in elections, how they are supposed to carry themselves, the conduct and everything. So to begin with, it's very important for IEBC to structure in a way that it is simple, that you are able to communicate very efficiently in a very robust way with the general public. There are various ways of doing that. My background of communication helps me, if you give me the opportunity, the panel fits that I should be given this opportunity, I will be able to engage. I will be able to engage the public by, of course, through various channels in terms of educating the general public on what they are supposed to do, what IEBC expects from them, and basically to be able to structure in a way, as you said, that is very is very simple, very reaching to a good number of people and all that. Yeah.
So what are these measures, or what are these ways that you would engage to ensure that IEBC has conducted its voter education mandate? You can name 4, just means of how to ensure that mandate is achieved adequately.
Okay, thank you. One of the means is having a robust stakeholder engagement. It's very key. There are a lot of stakeholders within this space. We are talking about political parties. We are talking about political parties, of course, through their liaison committees. We are talking about other stakeholders like Parliament. We are talking about other stakeholders like the political parties, office of the political parties. We will be engaging also the citizens, and all these people have to be engaged meaningfully. We have to very straightforward with them, be open. We have to be able to steer IEBC and achieve its mandate.
Any other means? You spoke about stakeholder engagement. Any other idea you have?
We will be any other in terms of if I got you right.
No, no words. Then okay. It's fine. Chairman.
Thank you. I want to ask Koki Muli to ask some questions. Koki, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Mr. Dagane, please name 3 things that make the voter register irrefutably credible. Just name them, list them. 3 things.
Okay, thank you. Sorry. After you do the voter registration, you need to be able to do verification of that particular register.
Let me repeat. Yeah. Sorry to interrupt. Let me repeat the question. What I am asking for are 3 things that make the voter register irrefutably credible. We are talking about the credibility of the register of voters. So how will you know that the register of voters is credible? What makes it credible? 3 things, just list them. Then I will ask you the question, actually.
The 3 things that make the voter register credible is the voter register should be able to, the voter register should be able to indicate the number of voters and details and all that. The register should be also verifiable. It should be able to be audited. It should be able to clear and open to the general public. in terms of accessible whenever it is necessary. And I think those are few.
Thank you. How would you make it irrefutably credible if you become a member of the IEBC?
I will make sure that we follow the law in terms of how elections are carried, how the voter register is kept safe, and of course making sure that the voter register is basically within all the recommended laws, procedures, and mechanisms that have been laid down.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dagane. And
thank you, Madam.
All the best. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. FCPA Tanwi, please.
Thank you, Chair. Bwana Dagani, during the 2022 presidential elections, the Supreme Court identified various areas of electoral reforms to improve governance, integrity, transparency, and accountability of the election processes. Specifically, they also identified corporate governance as one of the areas of electoral reforms. Kindly identify for us the areas that were identified by the Supreme Court for reforms under corporate governance.
Thank you, Banatoni. During the last elections, there was a petition, I understand, I agree. And there were various issues that, of course, were highlighted in the Supreme Court ruling. Some of them was particularly for Form 34A was one of the key.
Yeah, I agree, but I'm interested on corporate governance because they met, they proposed reforms on corporate governance for the electronic technology, Form 34, all those for statutory reforms and.
For corporate governance, I think it was there was a proposal that there is need to increase, of course, the number of the panel members, even to make it more inclusive in terms of, because they are the people who are supposed to select the commissioners for the IEBC, the chair and the commissioners. So there were issues around improving that and increasing the number. There was also the issue around that for elections to be able to done appropriately, the voter register and all preparations are supposed to be conducted prior in good time, so that it gives the Commission ample time to be able to put its house in order. There was also the issue of, if I remember very well, that the IEBC, there were issues around the technology and all that, and it was necessary in a lot of improvement to be made so that there will be free, fair, and impartial election.
Thank you, and I wish you well.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Bwana Misati, please.
Mohammed.
Yes, sir.
I wanted to ask you a question regarding the voter registration. Your current understanding why, because the Constitution says that voter registration should be continuous. Why, in your understanding, we do not have continuous voter registration currently? Are you aware?
Thank you. The law says there should be one of the mandates of IEBC is voter registration and education. and that should be a continuous process throughout, irrespective. There has been a lacuna in the law in terms of the Secretariat was supposed to be able to continue. Others say have the feeling that they are supposed to continue, but now we have the absence of the commission, the chairman and the commissioners from, of course, the last disputed elections of 2022. As a result of that, there was also the issue of since there is IEBC, the commission is not in place, there are, of course, administrative policy issues that also are not very clear in terms of the budgets are not available at the moment. So the Secretariat needs funding to be able to continue the voter registration, the education and all that.
Now, put yourself in that shoes. Now you're the commissioner. What will you do to address that issue for once and because Kenyans are expecting to that in scenario?
Thank you so much. If this panel finds fit to be able to recommend me for the position of a commissioner, I will be able to immediately engage and work with my fellow commissioners and see how we will be able to solve the issues that are on the table. I know the Secretariat has always been active, working, engaging, making sure that everything is already set out and clearly set out when the commission comes in, and we will be able to work with them and engage so that we will be able to reach a lot of people. I know there are new people, quite a good number of Kenyans who were not able to vote last elections but now have reached the age for voting, and we will be able to register quickly.
What needs to be done? What legal implications will you implement to ensure that voter registration is continuous?
We need to, for it to be continuous, we need to make sure that we avail the necessary support to the Secretariat. There are a number of them, of course, which are...
Excuse me, in terms of legal reform, and anything that needs to be done around that?
Legal reform? Legal reform. Legal reforms on voter registration. I will not be able to clarify.
Thanks so much, and all the best.
Thank you. I want to ask Fatuma to also ask some questions. Ms. Fatuma, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Mohammed, please tell the panel what elements should be included in a national stakeholder communication policy to ensure coordinated, inclusive, transparent engagements throughout the electoral cycle.
You said stakeholder?
Communication.
Okay.
Yeah, communication policy that will ensure those three components of coordinated, inclusive, and transparent engagement.
Thank you, Madam Fatuma. Stakeholder engagement is a very important aspect, key parameter for free and fair elections, because you need to engage your stakeholders. Of course, I have mentioned several of them earlier, and what we need to be able to, some of the strategies that we need to put in place to develop that communication policy is making sure that the policy is able to reach a wider population. It has to be very simple. It has to be within the framework of the law, and of course fidelity to the legal requirement, and it must be able to inform the general public of what is expected of them. It must be able to educate them on issues, of course, to do with making sure that they do away with issues of voter bribery, issues of to do with anything that, of course, will make election impossible.
Thank you, and I wish you well.
Thank you.
Chair.
Thank you. Nicodemus Bore.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Bwana Dagane, you indicated that you worked as a CEC in Nairobi, and I'm sure you are dealing with the human resource. So the question I'll ask you is, as a certified human resource professional, if appointed as a member of the commission, what human resource risks do you foresee at the IEBC, and what recommendations can you make towards the effective commission?
Thank you, Banabore. I think if given that opportunity, human resource is, of course, a very important element in the management of IEBC, because if we don't have the personnel, the human resource, we will not be able to have transparent and accountable and verifiable elections. So that means if there can be some risks, of course, that may arise. This may be, of course, risks related to demotivation of staffing. It can be one. And how I will address that from a human resource background and perspective is that we will be able to motivate our staff and able to give them refresher trainings and all that is one thing that we'll be able to do. Another thing that is very key is that can also arise a risk is they can be, of course, in terms of recruitment processes and all that, people who are not recruited on merits can also be one of the delimitations, and that is something that we need to see and improve, which may also endanger the credibility and the conduct of how they are going to carry themselves. Another risk is, of course, that can arise is another risk that can arise is how the human resource, of course, policies and for personnel that is there in terms of how they are supposed to be evaluated, how they are supposed to be, how you are supposed to carry their evaluations every other year. That may be also bringing some risks, which we need to have is structured in a way that is always consistent, it is continuous, and it is conducted annually. Another probably risk that I can think is from a human resource perspective is let me stop at there.
Thank you, Dagane, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you, Professor Adam Solo.
Thank you, Chair. Bwana Dagane.
Yes, Bwana Professor.
You know, you are applying for an institution which has a trust deficit. And that trust deficit is as a result of stakeholders having different views on this referee. So bearing in mind that stakeholders in elections can be skeptical and sometimes confrontational, how would Mohamed Ahmed Dagane, if he was to be made a commissioner, build mutual trust and keep different players, be it the political parties, be it observers, be it other civil society groups, be it the security agencies, constructively engaged with IEBC?
Thank you, Professor. That is a very important and a key component to realize credible elections, and also is very important because stakeholders are very key. How I will go and deal with them is, for example, my background of communication helps me to be able to engage the media in a very robust way, to be able to give them a continuous and regular updates on how the Commission is carrying its mandate at various stages. Because we are talking about various stages in terms of registration, we are talking about probably voting itself, we are talking about verification of the voters, register, the rollout and all that. So it's very, that's how I will engage the media. We will also have, for example, the dispute resolution is also a very key issue, and I will be frequently and engaging constructively, which is going, of course, to be a continuous with through the dispute resolution committees for political parties. I will be able to engage, of course, parliamentarians, the National Assembly, in terms of discussing with them on issues, of course, to do with, for example, campaign financing act. I know there are issues still that are unfinished, particularly around the regulations, the necessary regulations for campaign financing. So I will be able to engage them, lobby, and able to engage constructively so that we will be able to make them understand on how best to deliver on the mandate of the Commission.
Thank you very much. And last from me from this segment, you talked of the electoral process needing integrity, and therefore can Dagani tell us, if at all it exists, an instance in your professional life when you are confronted with a situation that challenged your integrity? How did you navigate this challenge while adhering to ethical principles?
Thank you, Professor. I worked at the county government of Nairobi for 5 years. It's a very dynamic setup. We engage, of course, with county assembly members. You, of course, engage with contractors. You engage with other civil society institutions. And each and every one of them, of course, has various interests. Particularly, you will find people who are, of course, approaching you to be able to serve them, in their own interests in various ways. So I've been very straightforward in dealing with them, working with them, and I've been telling them that I need to be able to work within the laws. People will tell you, of course, we want certain papers and all those kind of things. My work basically was issues to do with strategy and policy formulation. And I'm not the person who is in charge in terms of, so the most important thing is making sure that you are there to, of course, the law, the regulations, of course, that are there, including the Asset Disposal and Procurement Act, the PFM Act, and all these are guiding principles that are supposed. So that kind of pressure I was able to withstand and resist so that anyone will not be able to sway me the way they wanted for their benefit. And I was able to stand on my feet and say, no, this is not ethical, this is not within the law, this is not right. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Dagani, just a brief clarification. What's the minimum requirement for a bachelor's degree in Kenya?
bachelor's degree.
Yes.
A bachelor's degree
Yes.
is an all-level certificate with a pass.
Of what grade?
There have been various times there were changes here and there, but I think C+.
Okay. And if you don't have a C+, what do you need to have?
Pardon?
If you don't have a C+, what do you need to have to get a degree in Kenya?
You can either have a diploma or a certificate, of course, and then a diploma, and then get an entry.
Okay. And what's the requirement in Uganda to get a degree?
A-level.
A-level
Yeah.
requirement.
A-level requirement.
Okay.
Yeah.
I noticed that you did exam in 98 and got a C-. I was trying to look for your A-level certificate.
Okay, allow me to clarify, Chair.
Yes, please.
Yeah, yes, that is true. But in Uganda, you do a 2-year crash program of A-level within the university called the Remedial Studies Program. And that is what we did. All Kenyans, of course, who join the universities in Uganda, that is, of course, something that a bridging course, basically, which is, of course, equivalent to the A-level there, but also the same as a diploma or a certificate.
Did you have that equated?
Pardon?
Did you have that qualification equated by the authorities here?
Yes, that's why I have that my degree is recognized.
I didn't see the equation for that qualification you're talking about. The bridging.
Yes.
You have a certificate for that equation here?
Yes.
By either NEC or KNQA?
No, not in Kenya. Not in Kenya. But what usually happens as an international student, when you admitted to the university, you have to do that bridging course of A-level for a period of 1 year, which is like a crash program of 1 year.
Did you say 1 year or 2 years? You said 2 years.
It's a crash program of 1 year, equivalent to 2 years. Yeah.
Okay, Professor, please proceed.
Bwana Dagani.
Yes, Professor.
We're usually close with high school questions. Who was the first control of budget under the 2010 Constitution in Kenya?
Control of budget?
Yes. That is against.
I remember that was a gentleman, somebody Auko.
Which two African deserts are among the largest in the world?
African deserts?
Yeah.
The Sahara Desert and the Kalahari Desert?
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have appreciated the time we have spent together. I don't know whether you have any question or comment to make, please.
Thank you, panel members. I don't have a question, but just an appreciation. I want to thank you for all the time you took to be able to look for the right commission members and commissioners for a country that is basically faced with electoral challenges. And thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. I know I'm one in millions of Kenyans, and for giving me this opportunity to be able to express myself and, of course, register, of course, my interest to be able to serve this country better.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Please, you can pick the notebook and the pen and the whatever you wish. Your certificates are with the gentleman at the door. He'll be able to hand them over to you once. Yeah. Blessings to you.
Thank you.
Wish you well. Thank you. Okay, the next candidate. Please bring him in. Mr. Sabul, welcome. Thank you. Oh, please have a seat. My name is Nelson Makanda, and I'm the chair of this selection panel. We want to thank you for applying for the position of Commissioner of IEBC and to congratulate you for being shortlisted for the same. We will take a brief moment to introduce ourselves, then we come to you. Madam Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Sabul.
Thank you, Chairman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sabul.
Good afternoon.
My name is Linda Kiome. I want to take this opportunity to welcome you for your interview this afternoon. Karibu sana.
Thank you. Bwana Maat. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Naitwa Bwana Andrew Tanui, mwanachama wa chopo hili na karibu. Thank you.
Mr. Mahat, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Caroline Kituko, a member of the panel. Welcome.
Pleasure.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mahat.
Good afternoon.
My name is Nicodemus Bore. Karibu sana.
Asante.
Assalamu alaikum, Mohammed.
Wa alaikum salam.
My name is Fatuma Ali Saman, a member of the panel. Please welcome.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sabul, and karibu sana. My name is Koki Muli Grigno, and I'm a member of the panel.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mohammed.
Good afternoon.
My name is Evans Misati. I'm a member of this selection panel, and we welcome you.
Thank you, Mr. Misati.
Now, we'll come to you to introduce yourself, and as you do so, kindly highlight those things in your profile that are significant for the position you have applied for. Allow us to know whether you have any award that you have received, and if you belong to any professional society. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, panel members. First and foremost, I'd like to appreciate the opportunity you have given me for this interview today. To introduce myself, my name is Mohammed Mahat Sabul. I hail from Garissa County. To share my profile, I am a development practitioner and a management specialist with over 20 years experience in social development, governance, and policy engagement. In terms of my academic background, I hold a Master of Arts degree in International Development, Education, Health Promotion from the University of London. I was fortunate enough to have received a scholarship opportunity from the Commonwealth Scholarship Commission. In addition, I hold a Bachelor of Education Science degree from Kenyatta University. And also in addition to that, I have certifications in a mini MBA and a diploma in global governance. Mr. Chairman, in order to remain updated in my field and in order to sharpen my skills, I have done a number of short courses. I will mention a few
that I feel are very relevant for the position I've applied for. For example, I have done a course on stakeholder analysis with elements of political economy analysis in Brussels, Belgium, facilitated by the European Commission. I've also done a course on public policy analysis in Brussels, also facilitated by the European Commission. I have done a course on public financial management, but in the context of budget support operations, but also looking at the Constitution, Article 10, that talks about the national values and the principles of good governance. The issues around also human rights. I've done a course on human rights and gender inclusion, also in Brussels, Belgium, facilitated by the European Commission. These are just but a few of the courses that I have done, which I feel are sort of transferable to the position I've applied for. Now, coming to my professional experience, Mr. Chairman, panel members, for the last 14 years, I have been working with the European Commission, deployed at the Kenya delegation and EU delegation Somalia as a program manager. In this role, I have supported the implementation of diverse programs. I'll just mention a few. I have supported implementation of a budget support operation, capacity building projects, what we call technical assistant projects. I've also supported implementation of service delivery grants through NGOs. And most importantly, also, I have coordinated global funds, such as the Global Partnership for Education, which is chaired by the former president of Tanzania, His Excellency Jakaya Kikwete. Now, with these different initiatives, maybe what I have sort of and gleaned out of it is that these projects have empowered people, they have enhanced governance, they've also helped build the capacity of the state. And I mean, the setting is Somalia, where the state building process is evolving at the moment. So we've deployed all these instruments so that we're able to deliver service, but also, most importantly, improve our governance. And before that, Mr. Chairman, I have worked for a big education project that covered northeastern Kenya and coastal Kenya. If I take you back when Kibaki was elected the president way back in 2002, one of the things his government prioritized was free primary education. And consequently, the education minister by then, Professor George Saitoti, moved from one Western capital to the other in order to drum support for the free primary education. And at that time, the US government came through with this big program called Education for Marginalized Children. So I've managed to serve as a field director, and through this program, I was able to transverse all the constituencies, for example, in the coastal region of Kenya, but also we've built schools in far-flung parts of northeastern Kenya, in Mandera, near the border point. The major takeaway from this particular initiative, or the Education for Marginalized Children in Kenya, is we've dwelt a lot on inclusion, which is quite a very important principle in the Constitution of Kenya, but also in the election system. I think I've really, in my entire professional life, worked on issues around inclusion of youth, inclusion of women, inclusion of people with disabilities, and I think I will say that is actually my forte in terms of some of the strong things I may bring to the Commission. Interestingly, like one of the experiences while we were working on education in coastal region, I think one of the activities we had prioritized was, there was issue of very low enrollment in schools in coast and in northeastern Kenya. And one of the activity by default we had prioritized was, doing enrollment campaigns. And in one of the districts then, it's an activity that we prioritized. And later on we went down and we realized actually there are no children to sort of mobilize. I mean, family planning initiatives years before had taken sort of effect. And so sometimes these are some of the assumptions that we make in development, but in real sense, I mean, it's different. I think there are also a lot of assumptions that we make in the electoral context, and I think it's one of the things that I am sort of good at analyzing. Mr. Chairman, just to wrap up on my professional experience, before that I was a teacher with the Teacher Service Commission, although I've served for a very short time. I've also worked...
How long was that period at TSC?
TSC was a very short period. I think it was even less than a year, 8 months and 9 months. But I've also served as a member of the district education boards. Those days when the district education boards were sort of very, important and glamorous. But I've also served as a secretary of Constituency Development Fund for 7 years. But still, we've done a lot in terms of inclusion, participation of people, youth, and women in governance, and the sort of stuff that I have done. But also in my professional life, I have worked in the refugee camps in Dadaab. And you remember in 1991, there were influx of Somali refugees in Dadaab. They stayed there for 8 years. They were given primary education opportunities. In the camps, there were no secondary school, and they were not allowed to sort of join schools in the nearby settlement. So I had to go there to sort of establish secondary schools for the refugees. So that sort of summarizes my professional background.
Thank you. I would like to...
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Linda, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Mr. Sabul, with the experience, the professional experience that you have had for all those years you have worked, if appointed as a member, what relevant experience do you bring to IEBC?
Thank you. I will give you 4 bullet points for this. The first thing, I'll bring in practical skills. I have managed programs, and if you look at my CV, I've given you a snapshot of some of the different projects I've managed. Some of them with the UN, UNICEF, UNOPS, some of them with the World Bank, those multilateral institutions, some of them with NGOs. So I'll bring on board a very strong management skills, but also I'll bring on board leadership skills, and also my understanding of governance issues. So that sort of coupled with my international experience, issues around development, inclusion, social development, I think I am, the right fit for the position. So that's the first thing I'll bring on the table, those skills that I've mentioned, some of them very practical. But secondly, Madam Vice Chair, I have deep commitment when it comes to issues around transparency, accountability, impartiality, integrity. If I were not a person of integrity, or if I were not transparent enough, I doubt if the European Commission would have kept me for the last 14 years. But also these are universal values. So I will come with that deep sense of, with those values. And I think that's what at the moment IEBC, but also by extension, many Kenyan institutions require. I'll come with those. Then number 3, most importantly, and I think this is quite important, I have a very sound understanding of the donor landscape. I have coordinated donor activities. I have chaired donor programs. Over the years, I have developed networks and connections. And I think with this and with my skills, I am able to catalyze effective partnerships for elections. I know there's some people who will say, I mean, with donors, they come to interfere with elections or with partners for that matter. I know elections is a sovereignty issue, but some of the elements in an election system, some are core state function, the government is supposed to support, but the IEBC Act, I mean, talks about, IEBC receiving sort of grants, but also when we come to voter education, there's possibility to partner with civil society organizations. So with my experience around donor issues, coordination, liaison, and resource mobilization, it's something that I feel I should be able to plug any resource gap. And when I talk like this, I already know where the funding is. I know who is supporting what. There's the UN basket fund for elections. I have all those contacts. And I think it's something that a skill that I'll bring on board to sort of marshal support. And finally, Madam, just excuse me for a minute, I think this is also quite important. If you look at my background, I am a teacher, I am an educator. I have a good understanding of how adult pedagogies work. The way adults learn is andragogy. And one of the core functions of IEBC is voter education. If I'm given this role, we'll expand that to also include civic education. I think there's a need to revise the voter education curriculum. There's a need to tap into technology. And I think my experience, background as a teacher, as an educator, and also in the past I was involved in civic education for referendum. We had our own organizations running that. But also in 2017, I was part of election observation mission of the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Sabul. We needed to manage that timing, but I'm sure you have given us enough material for that assessment. Thank you so much. Thank you,
Thank you,
Chairman.
Madam Linda.
Thank you. I invite Caroline to also ask you some questions. Carol, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mahat, yes, let me ask you a question on where you just stopped, on what you call to be your area of understanding, voter education. What are some of those things that the IBC must put in place to ensure that the voter education program that it will roll out fulfills its constitutional mandate?
Thank you. Going back into the mandate of IEBC, voter education is one of it, but one of the significant functions. Voter education is supposed to be continuous. I think if we want to have an informed citizenry, if we want to have informed citizens, if we want to have Kenyans who know their democratic rights, their political rights, Article 38 of the Constitution, then the way to go is voter education, civic education. Now, the gaps is that it's supposed to be, ideally, it's supposed to be continuous. What we've seen, it's not. And therefore, I think there's a need to ensure, and I think if I'm given this opportunity, I'll make sure the voter education process is continuous. But also, and it's also important to review the voter education curriculum. I think one of the things that somebody will ask is, it's not effective. Why is it not effective? So the best thing is to sort of review and improve. And one of the experiences that I have worked on education development in Somalia over the last 14 years. When we went there, we didn't have a curriculum. I mean, there were so many multiple curricula, Kenyan curricula, Yemeni curricula, Saudi curricula, and we had all that. And one of the things we've done is to work with the stakeholders to make sure that we have done the relevant consultations, and we have actually developed a curricula today that has been embraced by most of the schools in Somalia. So likewise, a gap is to review the curriculum, but also review the delivery approaches. Which approach is the one that works most effectively? I mean, at the moment in Kenya, we have a very many youthful population. We have young people, the so-called Gen Zs. I realized in the last election, IEBC targeted to register 6 million Kenyans. I think they only registered 2.5. Today, as we speak, in the voter register, we have 21 million Kenyans. But of those 21 million Kenyans, about 38% are young people, and there could be more than that. So we have to also look at appropriate delivery approach for the civic education. Use of technology, use of social media, things like TikTok, I think up to until recently, many of us, including me, we were quite resistant to some of this. Today I have a TikTok account. I mean, what about the young people? Everybody, I think, if young, it's one of the places that they are. So look at also the delivery approaches. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I wish you well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I ask Koki Muli to ask you some questions. Koki, please.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Sabul, where do election day disputes arise from?
Thank you, Ambassador. I have followed the last elections. I mean, we have the election cycles, pre-election, post. If you look at the last election, the election of 2022, disputes normally start arising at the point of, tallying of results, and largely, presidential results. Now, if you look at the way things happened, we have Form 34A at the polling station level. Once the polling station closes at 5, the counting kicks in, and things went so smoothly, and by midnight, 80% of those forms that were transmitted through KIMS reached the National Tallying Center. And within 24 hours, we had 99% of the forms in the National Tallying Center. So in some way, up to that level, so the dispute normally comes at the point where, the presidential results are tallied. Yeah?
What about before that?
But also before that, at the pre-election level, of course, also disputes.
During the election day. We are talking about the election day.
During the election day.
From 6 a.m. to wherever the results are announced.
Yeah, but also, I mean, on the election day, dispute could also arise at the voting stage, where, as a registered voter, you come, either your name you've registered and your name is not retrievable from the system, the BVR system, or I mean, there are glitches of technology. So issues happen around the voting time, and also during counting of votes, there are also disputes that emerge.
Thank you. Should you be nominated as a member of the commission, what will you do to minimize the election day dispute?
So one of the things I will invest in, I mean, IEBC has a very dedicated team, and actually the IEBC I envisage is one where IEBC staff are well trained and they're professional. So I will invest, as if I'm nominated for this position, I will invest in training of election officials, the clerks, the presiding officer. That's one thing I will do. But also when it comes to accreditation of agents, election observers, they're quite important. An agent is the one who safeguards the votes cast in favor of the either candidate or party. But also we have the observers who try to ascertain the integrity of the election process. And I'll make sure that process of accreditation of observers is smooth. The media is also involved. Actually, one of the things I will do for IEBC, if I'm given this position, is to sort of have strategic communication in place. It's quite, because there's a lot of misinformation around activities of IEBC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and all the best. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. I want to ask FCPA Tanui to ask you some questions. FCPA, please.
Thank you, Chair. Bwana Mohammed. Now, during elections, the marginalized groups normally have some challenges, operational challenges, that they go through that hinder their full participation in the elections. Kindly identify these challenges that marginalized groups go through, and what mitigation measures will you put in place if considered for this position of Commissioner? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tonui. I think my approach to this question will be to define who are these marginalized people, and I will take that to be people with disabilities, people from pastoralist communities, minorities for that matter, and many others. And these people sort of face a lot of challenges. I think the first challenge is at the level where we register Kenyans. Okay? We say voter registration is supposed to be continuous. The reality is that it's a bit periodic. But then during registration, it's quite difficult to reach, for example, people from far-flung pastoralist communities. And therefore, we have to come with a strategy to reach these people, whether it's through mobile voter registration systems or others. But also when it comes to people with disabilities, when I was reading important documents, be it the Constitution or the IEBC, I mean, they talk about if you want to register as a voter, somebody has to be sane. I mean, we can have a discussion around this, but I think it's discriminatory. I mean, some people could be having some mental of any physical disability. So even at registration, I mean, disabled people, face discrimination. But also on the voting day, in the last elections in Somaliland, because my file covers Somaliland, the last election they had, I was engaging with a group, sort of a DPO, Disabled People Organization, and they said our people are disenfranchised because they're pastoralists, but that situation is compounded when that pastoralist has disability, and therefore mobility, access. And I think there's no provision to make sure these people are transported from their homes to the polling station. Some of the polling stations are makeshift. There are not even ramps to access, and so on and so forth. So disabled people face a lot of challenges. So for the marginalized people, and I think Article 100 of the Constitution, it talks about, including all these people in all development endeavors. it's quite important. And I think it's my background, it's an area of strength, inclusion policies is some of the things I can advance if I'm given the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. I wish you well. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. I want to ask Misati to ask a question.
Thanks so much. Yeah. Mohammed, I wanted to ask you a question related to the clarity of the roles and responsibilities between the commissioners and the secretariat. There are distinct roles in human resource management.
Thank you. So the IEBC consists of the commission and the secretariat. The function of the commission is quite clear. Policy formulation, strategy formulation, oversight. Then if you come to the secretariat led by the CEO, the secretariat is supposed to run the commission on day-to-day basis, but also implement those policies and strategies approved by the commission. So there's a very clear delineation of the roles and responsibilities. But of course, sometimes there are conflicts. There are actually conflicts between the commissioners themselves, but also there's conflicts between the commissioners and secretariat. I remember we all know the issue around Cherera 4, and I think in the Supreme Court case, I think there are some recommendations around improvement of the corporate governance of IEBC, because it's quite important that, I mean, the commission, the authority, and I mean to tally votes, to declare, I mean it's supposed to be collective. It's vested on the collective, and I think one of the recommendations that came from the Supreme Court ruling is that there has to be a very clear delineation of the administrative, the policy and strategic functions of the different cadres of IEBC.
Sorry to cut you short. I wanted you to identify the specific things that will bring the conflicts. In your own view, what will bring conflict? You can name one or two.
Yeah. So one thing that brings conflict is IEBC is supposed to be an independent constitutional commission. But that is, that is the ideal. But sometimes the reality is that it faces attack from people with vested interest. If you look at the political economy analysis of Kenyan elections, it's all about, power, resources. So sometimes what brings about the conflict is interference from people with certain interest. And I think we've seen that in the last elections. Then another issue that could bring about conflict is, I mean, the lack of clarity sometimes of the administrative, the policy, the strategic remit of, say, the commissioners vis-a-vis the chairman, okay? But when you come again to the secretariat, it's another level, issues around procurement sometimes. I mean, Kenya is a special country. I mean, we have all those challenges. And that's why I said, you gave me this opportunity, I bring on the table integrity and transparency.
Thanks so much, Mohammed, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, Mr. Misati.
Thank you. I invite Fatuma Saman to ask you some questions. Fatuma, please.
Thank you, Chairman, Mr. Mohammed. And I'm sure you're familiar with MOUs. You're a policy person. So how should IEBC use policy instruments like MOUs to strengthen institutional collaboration with the electoral stakeholders?
Thank you. I think first let's define who are the electoral stakeholders. In this case, we're talking about, say, the media. We're talking about the political parties. We talk about civil society organizations for voter education. We even talk about the state, the government. I mean, these institutions are independent, but they're also interdependent. So those are the sort of the stakeholder layout. Now, MOUs are quite a loose way of committing the parties, but it works where there's honesty and sincerity on both sides. What's quite important is that the MOU will have to be clear, with very clear articulation of, for example, roles, responsibilities, the financial resources, and so on and so forth. And from my experience, and I've managed over 200 grants, and every time we give a grant, either to an NGO or to an agency, we encourage them to have an MOU. So it works. I know MOUs have become a bit infamous during the initial government after 2002, but in a way, it works when both sides are of mutual interest and they have understanding of what needs to be done. Thank you, Fatuma.
Like you say, commitment. Where do these MOUs derive their commitment from? Like, for instance, the MOUs are drawn between the two parties, yeah? You are cautious enough to say that it is important. There's commitment to them. So where would they draw that kind of a commitment?
I must admit, I'm not a lawyer, but MOUs only work if there's sort of a commitment on both sides. It's sort of a gentleman's agreement. Now, where are these commitments coming from? I mean, where are they drawn from? One is the institutions. Normally, the highest level in that institution will sign the MOU. I don't expect a senior election official to sort of sign, but at the level of CEO or at the level of commission. So it draws authority commitment from the office, but also where financial and resources are involved, it tends to sort of create a greater commitment on the part of the parties of the MOU.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mohammed. I wish you well.
Thank you, Fatima.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I invite Bore to ask a question, please.
Thank you. Mahat.
Thank you.
You indicated that you are working as a coordinator, you served as a coordinating agent of the global partnership for the European funding to Somalia, where you helped in facilitating multi-stakeholder consensus during the grant agent selection process. How do you identify donors for the purpose of maybe election? Like if you become a member, how would you identify donors? And so that you can add up on the question, what are the risks associated with the grant funding?
Thank you, Mr. Bore. How do you identify donors for the different initiatives? Normally, IEBC should have a sort of a strategic plan. IEBC has different departments, I think up to 9 or 10. Each department has got its own plan. For example, the Department of Voter Education. And I think there's a way to sort of develop or sort of mainstream that into a program document. So IEBC has to identify what it wants, what are its gaps, what is the government able to provide, and what is a development partner is able to provide. So once we have that, then from where I sit, I will have to do what we call donor mapping. Some of the institutions are historical. They have worked with IEBC. For example, just last year, we had the Partner Basket Fund, which was funded by the EU, FCDO, and few other countries, managed by UNDP. So naturally, those organizations becomes, my first port of call. I mean, the sort of a historical relationship. But one other way to approach it is to sort of, and I mean, IEBC is a state project, and I think the government has the capacity to organize a sort of a donor meeting, donor conference, where you present your work program and donors are given opportunity to see where they fit in. Now, what are the risks? Very good question. Now, IEBC and the elections, I mean, there's a sovereignty imperative. As a commissioner, I will not want, a foreign entity to meddle in the affairs of IEBC. It's all about power, it's all about sovereignty. So in that case, we have to define what activities are core, and therefore those activities become a core state function, And there are those activities that we can say, look, it's safe enough, let's give donors space to sort of work on this. And from where I sit, I will identify 3 areas that we can engage. If I'm given the opportunity, 3 areas that I will engage donors on. One is voter registration, okay? At the moment, we have 21 million registered voters in Kenya. There's possibility to push that to 30 million. The law requires it's continuous. There are resource constraints. IEBC has a budget now, I think, for the next election of 61 billion. Still, it's not enough. And it's the core. Voter registration is core. We have the Gen Zs. And last time they didn't register because they've lost interest in Kenyan politics. This time, I think they have the real interest to sort of participate in the process. And I'll assure you, if I'm given this opportunity, I will, working with the other commissioners, I'll try my level best to ensure that no Kenyan is disenfranchised. I'll register the Kenyan youth, I'll register the Gen Zs, I'll register the marginalized groups, I'll register all Kenyans regardless. And I think it's a solemn duty that I'll have to do. So 3 things the donors could support: voter education, voter registration, and I think one big gap that we have in IEBC is strategic communication. And that's why there are all this, trust deficit. A lot of good work is happening, but also there's a lot of fake news. And therefore, IEBC needs to work with fact checkers. It's supposed to even develop an objective for its communication plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mahat, and all the best.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I ask Professor Adam Solo to ask you some questions. Prof.
Thank you, Chair Bwana Sabu. I want to continue along the line that my colleague Bore has left, but refocus it to financial mismanagement. That from all the way from the double IEC to IEBC, you had Chicken Gate, you had procurement questions always arising. You have what Kenyans feel is a bloated budget. If you are made a commissioner, given that IEBC oversees substantial public funds, what strategies would you introduce to prevent the misuse of resources while at the same time upholding accountability in the Commission's financial operations?
Thank you. It's a problem, and I think you've provided a very good sort of preamble. I think one way is to apply, the Public Financial Management and Asset Disposal Act provisions. I think if there's sort of fidelity to that, for example, last time we've seen there was this government to government. I don't know if it was on the kids or something, you know. And sometimes when it's government to government, I think maybe certain provisions are not applicable. Yeah, and I think
is your gadget on?
Sorry, I'll try to go.
Just repeat what you said again.
Yeah, thank you. So you've given a very good preamble of this particular problem. One way to overcome this issue of misuse of resources is one, fidelity to the Public Financial Management and Asset Disposal Act. There are very good provisions in there. And I had made reference to, for example, you know, the G2G, sometimes where it sort of, you know, circumvents the process. But also, most importantly, there has to be transparency around procurement. Just to give you an example, just before the last election, the government, I mean IEBC, wanted to replace the kits. Yeah. So there was that. I mean, there was the initial one that was procured before 2007, somehow updated. They were to be updated, and procurement was necessary. And I think up to now, I think there's an agreement that I think that process wasn't very, very transparent. And I think the implication of that is, you know, public losing trust in the work of IEBC. But then another way to be prudent in resource use is the Secretariat prepared a budget of 61 billion for the next election. 61. Quite a lot of money looking at the resource constraints. But I have looked, this money is supposed to buy, for example, new KIMS. It's supposed to train HR, human resources. It's supposed to procure ballot boxes and ballot papers and that kind of stuff. So there's a way also that needs to be rationalized. And I think if I'm given the opportunity in the commission, we'll have to scrutinize all those budgets, and then we will have to look at it with a toothpick. Thank you.
Thank you. And lastly, for me in this segment is the question that you have repeatedly talked about throughout these interactive sessions on transparency and ensuring that the results are accurate. But you know that at times that doesn't come to be. So in a situation in which we are a commissioner and results have been disputed, how would you ensure the IEBC's decision-making process remains transparent and justifiable to all stakeholders? In other words, how do you prevent that so that from the moment that the vote is cast to the moment that the result is transmitted, by your own words, I was told it's instant, but at least you said that within 24 hours the results would be there. Why then, if the results are there within 24 hours at the tallying center, what stops the IEBC from using the same results that were transmitted that are there within 24 hours to verify what comes from the field? Why do we have all these shenanigans in Bomas?
So thank you, Professor Adams Olo. I used to watch you on the television screens, but today I think I have an opportunity to sit, you know, at a very close proximity.
And you have seen a very small man.
Yeah, but also you've been asking tough questions, so I think I can handle this one. So coming back to the question, by law, at the National Tallying Center, IEBC has 7 days to announce the presidential results. There's logic to that. The logic to that is that the results coming from the polling stations.
No, the logic I know.
Yeah. So that there's possibility to verify all that. So the point I'm trying to make is that there's a lot of uneasiness within those 7 days. IEBC is within its time frame, but Kenyans want like within 1, 2, 3 days the results.
Simple because of time.
Yeah.
By your own assessment, you have said that the result that was transmitted from the 46,000 or 47,000 polling stations,
99% were in within 24 hours.
99% are there within 24 hours.
Yes, right.
Why doesn't the verification, it is already there, why doesn't the verification take place within another maximum 24 hours or 48 hours, so that this unease that you are talking about is not there? See, the result is there.
Yes.
So what's the big issue?
So, Professor, I think verification is very important because at the end of the day also, you know, there are political parties at the National Tallying Center.
Can I rephrase my question?
Okay, please.
The results that have been transmitted that are according to you within 24 hours there, where are they? You said they have arrived within 24 hours. Where are they?
They're in the servers.
So what stops?
So
what stops what is in the server being brought and compared? Why wait for 7 days, going round a table?
Yeah. So, Professor, you see, I'm not the one who had actually put, you know, the necessity to verify. It's all about verification.
And I'm agreeing with you.
That takes all that time.
What I'm saying, you've seen on TV that bombers.
Yes.
With the tables like this.
Yes.
One form from there, giving this one, giving this one, giving this one, giving this one. The chairman has a secluded corner there. The Supreme Court said is illegal. I'm saying, you have said, that it is in the server within 24 hours. Just like what you are saying is in the Hansard immediately. What stops IEBC with the people who are allowed, be they political presidential candidates, transcribing what is in the server and verifying, because your issue is verifying?
Yeah, in 1 minute, I'll try to summarize all this. I mean, before you announce result, you have to build consensus within your team, IEBC commissioners. We had a very serious challenge around that in the last election. Cherera 4, chairman and few other commissioners, and it was a very big debacle. That's one. Number two, also reading the Supreme Court verdict. I mean, one of the areas of strengthening the ICT or IEBC technology is to make sure that only IEBC staff have access to the servers. The implication of this is that it appears there are other people who had access to the servers. These are not maybe, the parties or whatever, but maybe, backroom guys or people who are supporting the technology and that kind of stuff.
Should at least the representative of the presidential candidates legally have access to the servers?
Yeah, they should be given what we call the read-only sort of access. And these are some of the things, Adam, I think we can agree on this. All this will have to be streamlined, and I think I have a very good understanding of what needs to be done. But above all, IEBC needs to communicate. We must have a strategic communication. From day one, when that National Tallying Center is set.
My last question to you.
Thank you.
You just said that the Cherera 4 and the Chebukati 3, that they were supposed to develop a consensus. If Form 34A has said that Sabul in this polling station has gotten 400 and Adams Olo has gotten 200 in the server, what's there to have a consensus? Isn't it what is there?
No, but remember also, results cannot be declared until the original.
And that's what I said. If you pull it from the server and say, this is what Sabul got, and this is what, because the server is a true reflection of what came, isn't it?
Yeah, but it has to be verified with originals. The presiding officers,
and that's my point.
They travel all the way to the National Tallying Center to hand deliver so that it's verified. I mean, also the commissioners have to be very careful to not announce results that is not verified.
Do you see that's where the problem is?
Yeah.
If this is something that nearly tears the country, what would stop the government from deploying a chopper that day to bring the person who is in the farthest place? We see money spent all the time. Can't money be spent to save the country? Wouldn't you want that as a commissioner?
I mean, there's good effort. I mean, every elections. I mean, I have grown up in rural Garissa, and every time once the voting exercise is done, counted, you see in those far-flung areas choppers coming to collect.
And it happened in 2002, didn't it?
It happens
within a very short time.
It might not be adequate, but it happened. I think they're good effort, but there's the room to do better.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Prof. I welcome you again.
I saw in your CV, this is high school, so it's not the tough server questions or what have you, that you worked in relation to CDF for a very long
Constituency
time.
Development Fund.
Which member of parliament initiated through a private member's motion the CDF motion, and which year was CDF enacted into law?
So the member of parliament, I don't seem to remember his name, but I think it's a former honorable member of parliament from Laikipia, somewhere in Laikipia.
Which year was CDF enacted into law?
2004.
My last question. Which two African lakes are among the largest freshwater lakes in the world?
Lake Victoria.
30 seconds.
Lake Turkana.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Appreciated your wisdom and knowledge and experience. Thank you for sharing it with us. I don't know whether you have any question or comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, panel members. Once again, I say I was honored to be shortlisted for this position, but also to be here today to be interviewed for the position. In the event I am called to duty as a member of IEBC, I envisage an IEBC that is credible, where its human resource staff are well-trained and professional, and where its technology works for the elections. And therefore, thank you, and I look forward to hearing from you guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and blessings to you. You find a gentleman at the door who has your certificates. We wish you well. The notebook and the pen and the water belong to you. Blessings, and go well.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, panel members.
Thank you, members of the Fourth Estate Media. We thank you again for helping Kenyans follow these sessions. We have come to the end of our day today. We resume tomorrow at 8:30. Again, we have 6 candidates tomorrow, God willing. We continue to thank you for making this possible for us and for Kenyans to participate in the process that we are undertaking. So asanteni sana. We will see you tomorrow. Bless you.